Day game late testimonial deniers are worse than Holocaust deniers since they love to suck off infields, which does not get them laid, but played. I, as a day game coach with 581 late post testimonials, notice that there are two type of day gamers when they look at my late testimonials. That's right. They either are enlightened, like my students, or dumb sheeps, sucking off infields like stupid benchos. So which one are you? Are you a dumb sheep worshipping infields without any critical thinking? Or are you a smart, enlightened day gamer? That's right. Which one are you? Because this is an important topic because it's all about how to get laid in 2023 with arrow theory. That's right, with the right mindsets. My new arrow theory, as I have posted a few testimonials in the last video you guys have missed for the YouTube live. I showed 3 students within the last few days who got laid with arrow theory. But day game coaches, they have more subscribers than me, but their students are zombie sheeps. They worship. These are the guys without critical thinking. That's right. These are the guys without critical thinking for their students, the zombie sheeps. And that's a big problem. So, the thing is that these dating coaches with a huge following are wolves in sheep's clothing. They will funnel their students into boot camps even though their courses does not work because they're narcissistic sociopath zombie sheep PUAs day gamers. That's right, who lacks critical thinking and are wasting 3,000 USD dollars to buy all their fucking courses, their old courses, their new courses, but none of them has ever worked. In fact, they come up with the new course every single 2 years. And so far, a lot of you are getting pissed off because it's like, first time they fucked you up the ass, you're like, shame on you, right? The second time, they do it again. Oh, but the next time will be different, as you say. Same fucking problem. You sheeps worship because you're not enlightened. You worship infields, and they fill their boot camps, and those who cannot afford it would just go and wait until the next course. Eventually, you take their online coaching, 6 months to misery, and then you take their 5.6K boot camp. That's right, it's like $800 a day, but you take it for 7 days. This totals 11,000 US dollars out of your pocket just to worship. And that is the difference between the enlightened versus the unenlightened day gamers. Because my students who are enlightened doesn't even understand why they have to worship me. They just look at the late testimonials and it clicks for them. They say, oh, another student late. I want that. That's what my students say. I want that. I want to be that person. However, for the unenlightened people, they look at the infields and their brain shuts down. My students, when these bench holds, these unenlightened day gamers look at my late testimonials, just like I posted recently of a white student who used arrow theory. All the other guys who are worshiping, they all ignored it. They just like, oh, I don't get it. What's an infield? I don't get it. What does the infield have to do with it? Listen, Game Cheesy TV from Toronto using RSD thing only has 2 late testimonials. James Toss only has 2. So if you think about it, Charisma King has 0. They have infields and they don't have a single student late. In Jan Lifestyle too, he has infields, not a single student late. So you have to ask yourself, what's the point of worshiping infields? But it's a mindset. Certain people will actually just look at my late testimonials. One of them will say, I want in. I will want coaching. I want to get that lay. The other person sitting next to them, looking at the exact same infield, will say, oh, but I want to like worship and infields. Like they just want to suck off infields. So they have a different mindset. So what does this mindset come from? Let's talk about it. So due to the inflation, the dumb sheets will weigh the cost of my day game course. They're like, let's see, it costs a little bit of money. Even though it costs only a fraction of their courses, they're asking 11K for all of their courses, for their online training and their boot camps, which does not work unless you wrestle with drunk women in the bedroom. Are you willing to do that? Are you willing to wrestle with drunk women? Because that just sounds evil to me. Machiavellian. If that's what the cost is, you're paying $11,000 and a bottle of champagne just to wrestle with women. You're actually getting ripped off because when you go home from the boot camp, you can't even pull them home because you don't know what to say. It doesn't work. And then all of a sudden, you have to find a woman that goes into your bedroom who's willing to drink alcohol and wrestle with her. And that doesn't work, does it? No, it does not work for you. But that is the cost, $11,000 in a bottle of champagne when you're not enlightened, but a sheep. That's 11,000. My students, they pay like so few. Look at Marco, for example. When he trained with me, he just got laid recently, the Latino student. You know, Marco always shows up on the YouTube live. He only spent $1,300. He's already gotten 3 girlfriends in like 8 or 9 lays right now. 2 white girls. Is that worth it? The other Latino student from New York, the only thing he paid was $900 in inner circle, about $1,075, cheaper than 10K. He got a same day lay in New York using Arrow Theory, the newest style in upgrade. And if you want to upgrade to that, take Elite Access or like Elite Bundle 2 or the 3MP bundle. I'm not going to teach this to you. Even if you use your Skype, I will not train you. I will just tell you what it is. So this is the best course of action. But that's cheap because the white student only paid $600 to buy Elite Bundle 1. He used one of his Skypes and Tom Arrow Theory, and he converted and he got laid and he got a girlfriend. That's enlightened people. He's no longer a sheep because the white dating coach, the other guy he tried to worship, did not work. So I said, if you're going to train under me and be enlightened, I get the credit for the testimonial because the other guy cannot help you close, building attraction. But now you're starting to understand, due to the inflation, the dumb sheeps will weigh the cost. And they'll do anything to worship infields. As soon as they see an infield, they don't have a cap of spending. For me, they're like, oh, $600 to $1,000 is a lot. But for the worship in boot camps, there is no amount of money that these sheeps will not spend when they're worshiping infields, even though a lot of the people with infields have less late testimonials, like 2. That's right, because they need to worship. Worship means they will spend more money to worship. And the problem with the jobless PUAs who half-ass spam approaching, you know what I'm talking about, the PUAs, the pickup artists, the guys who basically don't even like dating coaches, they all bang like a 5 out of 10 or 4 out of 10 because they don't have a fucking job. So they mass approach every single day. So these PUAs have no money. They live in their parents' basement. They will never buy a course. But that's the problem because those PUAs are your friends. You have a friend in your crew that's a PUA. So what happens is when your friends see the results of him getting a 5 out of 10, you start to think because your friend has medium SMV. Your friend's like 5'11", a little bit ugly and banging 3s, 4s, and 5 out of 10s. And then here you are being fucking 5'3" and Vietnamese or a little Indian bench hold. You're like fucking 5'6". You're super skinny and you dress Indian washed. You think, oh, if your white friend or your other friend who's a tall black guy can do it, then you can do it because he's a pickup artist. And then when you try to imitate him, what happens is with your low SMV, it does not work. Then you start worshiping infields. You get stuck. You never realize a white dating coach infield. You have never once in your entire life seen a white dating coach same day lay. Not even one time in your entire life have you seen that from open to sex. Of course, there are infields out there that does show open to sex, but they always have a bottle of champagne which is illegal to wrestle with her, as they call it, bedroom escalation, as their student does that. However, when you see your pickup artist friend getting that lay with a 5 out of 10 or 4 out of 10, you begin to think, well, you might as well worship a dating coach and he can get you there. That is the sheeps. They are not enlightened. And then when you try it, that's different. But you look at my students and you're seeing my students are banging white girls. Like Marco, he banged a white girl and women above their look scales. Sometimes you see my students banging models and actresses, and you don't even understand. Not 5 out of 10s that these PUAs have banged. How does this happen? Because this is completely different. So that was years ago. What do you mean years ago? What, Marco? Like, what are you trying to say? Years ago. Go ahead, talk. So basically, the problem is that with the low SMV sheeps, they don't even get those 5 out of 10s. And your friends who are the PUAs, they at least have like 10 lays or something like that, with nothing but 3s and 4 out of 10s. All 3 and 4s, mass approaching, they're at least making over 3,000 approaches, 2,000 approaches in a row. They do 100 approaches a day going direct. And these are the guys who worship. You worship like sheep, thinking that you're just like them. But because you have low SMV, you go like in a hamster wheel. You go from one product to another, not getting any lays. Like a hamster wheel, they spin your wheels and you're back in their farm. When you're in their farm and you worship their infields, then your mind shuts down for 6 months. That's right. That means as soon as they release their worshiping course of infields, you guys will stop listening to Johnny Elite for 6 months. Everybody around me, their brains will shut down. It'll be Johnny Elite last. So you're saying that's bullshit. That's gonna happen. As soon as you worship the course, you always think, oh, here's another chance to get laid. But you're gonna get played over and over again. Does that make sense? You're gonna fail. You're gonna go into their courses, and then you're gonna say, well, time to shut Johnny Lee off. Let's not listen to him. Let's double down. But this is not the first time they released this worshiping kind of course. They released it over 6 times in a row. All 6 times, nobody got laid from it. Every single time they go into the boot camps. These are not the enlightened people. These are the sheeps. My students don't give a flying fuck about infields or anything. They want to get their dicks wet. They want to get their dicks wet. So when they train with me, they get laid. And that's a big difference. That's a big difference because I have 581 lay poll testimonials. You guys go into the hamster wheel, whether it's RSD, whether it's a white dating coach, or whether it's a coach that's your own ethnicity, then you go to some other Asian coach, and then it's always John Elite last. I mean, you don't understand it, but the enlightened day gamers understand it because they have the right mindset. They understand that the husband material, fashion, frame, in the social skill flow drill, and the alpha male tribe leader body language, using my arrow theory of maneuvering, sexualizing, and objections looping, they already get laid very quickly. Because if they can pull, they can use the arrow theory to get laid because they're enlightened. They don't give a fuck about my infield. They actually look at like everything I tell them. It makes perfect sense to them. Hey, what's up? So John stuff works, but I mean, don't go. Or maybe you just don't have any fucking skills, JP. You still have a lot of training to go through. You're still stuck in other areas of your life. You're just like a Latino person who's Latino fucking it, as they call it. A Latino fuck behavior is, that's the problem because my students who are enlightened do deliberate practice. They practice each piece of Elite 30 one day at a time. Deliberate practice. Let me ask you a question. There's a keyboard right in front of me right here. A lot of you have a keyboard in front of your laptop, right? After all these years, JP, have you improved in terms of typing? How about driving, guys? If you're driving a car, I know you want to get a car, JP. I know you because you're one of my students, right? But have you guys improved over the years? The pickup artists who are just basically getting 5 out of 10s and 4 out of 10s, year after year that they approach, almost 10 years now. I'm up to 22 years. But for the 10 years, have you guys improved a lot? The answer is no, because you guys are mass approaching. You're not enlightened, SMVing it. Does that make sense? Because you're not improving. You guys are not enlightened. My students are practicing their body language, standing 45 degrees over and over. As I was discussing it with a student today, I have a student, and he all he does is send me videos of him practicing his body language, dialing it down. This is what they call deliberate practice. Why your casting all similar, all blur faces, same voice is the same. I think is a setup. You see that? This is the unenlightened day gamers. This is the PUA fucks here. Here we go. Here we got another person. Because the reason why their faces are blurred is because legally I have to blur it because they don't want other people to know. Don't be a dumb fuck. Like, for example, here's Marco, and here's his face unblurred. Okay? This is Marco right here. I haven't blurred his face. Lazy Marco Van Dam. You see that? So I don't want to show his face, but this is unblurred. You see that? Legally, they have the right to have privacy. But this is Marco right here. I haven't blurred this one yet. I haven't blurred a lot of them. So that's number one. Number two, the reason it sounds similar is they're not similar. They're not similar at all. There's nothing similar. It's just this is the people who are sheeps. This is the unenlightened person. The VIPD whatever is unenlightened because these guys are always testimonial deniers, like Holocaust deniers. The very first line I've said is that day game testimonial deniers are worse than Holocaust denier. That was the first line I said. And VIP over here is an unenlightened sheep. These guys, especially the fucking dumb fuck PUAs from London, for example, a lot of these guys, always the first thing they say is fake. It's fake. It's fake. No, they're all real. That's Marco right here. It says that right here. You can see him. It says Marco Van Dam right here. See that? Marco right here. I'd cover his face. Lazy Marco Van Dam. That's his fucking face right here. This is a real fucking testimonial. They're all real, you dumb fucks. They're all real. Because we know Marco. He's always on the YouTube live. So therefore, I can, I haven't changed his voice either. And says it's all BS. Well, I have 581 LAPO testimonials, and I say it's not BS. So go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself, you unenlightened piece of shit. Well, here's Marco with his lay. So fuck you.
Hello, guys.
You see that? This topic about unenlightened day gamers. These guys need to worship other dating coaches. These motherfuckers over here needs to do that. Everything I say is completely true now.
It's me, your friend Marco, with a new lay report for May 2023.
I don't have to blur his voice because, who gives a fuck? He's just some Latino guy in some United States country. So the ones that change the voice to be more robotic are guys who are in very prestigious jobs, and they can get into a lot of fucking trouble. So,
well, I'm gonna tell you, I met this girl, white American girl, and we went on a date. I ended up pulling in the car. I couldn't close it, and Young got really pissed off at me.
It is a fact. I did kick Marco out of my program, so it doesn't even matter if he was a former superstar. I was so pissed off he wasn't following instructions, the arrow theory.
He kicked me out of Elite Access, but he showed me how to get it done with his training, the objection stealing and sexualizing to the max. And I went to the training again.
You see, that's a difference. When you hear these testimonials, the enlightened people are like, great, they want to do that, but obviously you have to make a lot of changes. Marco dresses exactly like me, like my students, exactly the same. They all dress exactly the same. They're enlightened. They're husband material. However, if you want to change your stupid fashion to be your PUA, you fucking H&M college student poor fashion with shitty sneakers, be my guest. But when people listen to these kind of things, some people get enlightened and say, oh, okay, if Marco get that fucking lay, they want that fucking lay because they probably are taller than Marco. They probably look better than Marco. It's like, what the fuck? But the guys who are, testimonial deniers, they'll be looking at these testimonials and hating. They get jealous. They get butthurt. Every time they see a testimonial, it pains them inside that they're not getting that lay during 2023. They think it's impossible to just all of a sudden Marco learns arrow theory, bam, a lay. They think it's impossible during this time period because those PUAs no longer are getting laid because women now, because of survival value, because of the inflation. Her fucking mindset is fucked up because every dollar she earns, the inflation is taking away her money. Is taking away her money. She doesn't actually make as much and she gives more objections. So I taught Marco how to deal with the objections and he got laid. That's the thing. The PUAs are all failing because they can't get past the objections. They're just doing like fucking direct compliments. They're London day game shit. They're doing their push-pull tactics and they're just fucking doing a number farming. They're all failing. All fucking failing.
The second time, I pulled the white girl again to my car and closed in the bedroom. I mean, it works.
I actually have Marco's lay video in here. I know I'm not legally allowed to post this, but you guys want to see it? Like, I'm not sure if I should do this. I could literally get in a lot of trouble. But I actually have this lay video here. Believe it or not, I have this fucking lay video over here. She came back close. Thanks for the video. Okay, so the girl is right over here on the bed. I'll show you. Okay, I have to be careful not to show this. So this is lazy Marco Van Dam. Here's the girl. Okay, like I said, if I accidentally post her face, I have to censor it again. So you can see why this can literally get me into a lot of legal trouble. That's her, white girl, right over here. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, right here. And Marco in this video is on the bed. Okay, this is Marco right here on the bed, the Latino, right? So this is the lay. Sometimes he sends me lay videos. I don't post this in the videos, but it's all proven. Every single thing has proof. Like I said, if I accidentally show like her face or his face, I'll have to recensor it later on, right? For legal reasons. But this is the reason why I have to be very careful with these lay testimonials, because the other student from New York, this is his lay pic. Okay. I have to cover her body. So that way you like right here. You're like, holy fuck, this is all real. Every single thing is real. Am I going to show this on YouTube and all these lay pics and stuff, fucking the girls? No, because I'm not fucking stupid. I can literally get into a lot of trouble. So I'm not going to do that. Now that you realize all this shit's real, you're like, fuck, that's right. Every single thing's real. That's Marco over there. Let's continue listening. So when you listen to the testimonials, you have different reactions. Give a thumbs up for the lay pics of the students. Yes, they all send me the lay pics. This is before it's censored. Before he starts saying, oh, yeah, fuck you. They have to go through the censor process, right? Otherwise, I get into a lot of trouble. So I have to take very careful. Like I have to be very careful with this kind of stuff. You guys get a glimpse of it. It's fine on YouTube because I cover it with my fingers, the nudity. It's perfectly fine. But you see, one type of student see this. The first thing they say is, you know what? They want in. The other type of student will be like, oh yeah, testimony. Shut the fuck up. The only one that's, because they're jealous. They're envious and they're jealous people. Because if my students are getting laid in, as soon as they apply arrow theory, automatically, just one day, same day. Then if that's the case, they've been working super hard, mass approaching and worshipping other dating coaches. They're not getting any lays. And then they're stuck worshipping and they're stuck paying a lot of money. These guys and these fucking PUAs, they're like, they don't even like dating coaches and they don't even want to spend money. So not all my students are good, but some of them are good. So the guy says, oh yeah, whatever. They're not, some of them are hard cases. Some of them are unteachable. Some of them won't even learn shit. Other people like Marco gets yelled at from me. He gets kicked out. You know, I'm not saying that I brutalize some of the students and yell at them like crazy, but I'm probably a very disciplined person. I do yell at some of the students, not the good ones, but I do yell at the students, and people do consider me to be a tough coach. That's what gets students laid. I don't have time to fuck around here. We have a lot of lay testimonials to get through. This is just the beginning. This is uncensored. I don't have the time to censor this. I had a video editor that censored it. A Filipino guy works in a TV station, but this guy is so fucking zombie right now during inflation. He's not gonna fucking censor it. He just takes the money, doesn't do shit. I have to fucking do all this myself. So these are not censored yet. These are not censored yet for the testimonials. So before you say, "Oh, do censor," look all this, they're not all the same. They're not all the same. All these lay pics and stuff, I have to assemble it. Fucking stupid idiots. So
The Arrow 30
arrow theory.
pulled the white girl again to my car and close.
Did I actually accidentally show the lay pic of the woman or Marco's face? I didn't see that through the camera. If I did, let me know so I can try censor it later on and try to. I'll write on the timeline here. Double check. Double check 5 minutes ago, 4 minutes ago, if I left video uncensored, right? Showing faces. All right, let's continue.
I mean, it works with his new method, the Arrow 30.
Arrow theory.
Arrow
Theory.
30 for 2023 by John Elite.
Oh shit. Arrow theory.
It's a new thing, new training, guys.
Arrow theory. Automatic lay. Same day lay.
He helped me a lot with dealing with objections and all that, which it works pretty good, to be honest. And
objections.
I have a friend who told me that he doesn't believe in John's training until I get laid with a white American girl.
That's right. His friend, who's Vietnamese, tried to mouth off my student, another hater, until Marco gets his lay with a white girl. And Marco did get laid with a white girl, and he called the other friend. The other friend of his, I fucking same day lay in the boot camp. That means I taught his other friend in front of him, but it's just not enough. He keeps moving the goalpost. They keep saying, "Oh, Marco did not get laid with a white girl." But I have the fucking video here. Like I said, I hope it's fucking censored, right? Because I can get in a lot of fucking trouble. You know, he just fucked her and he just records the video. This is the truth. All the testimonials are real. They're all fucking real. Every last fucking testimonials are real. I have all their PayPal information for the invoices. I have all their fucking infields. I have all their body language training. And in the inner circle, when we post their lay testimonials, we tag the student that got laid. And then everybody else looks at it. The students that are good students, they actually get laid because they see Marco get laid. They get laid too. It's like a chain reaction. The bad students look at it, they mass approach even more. These shit students do not represent me. They get kicked out of the inner circle eventually if they're not like teachable, unteachable cases.
And guess what? I did it. And there's going to be more coming like this because his stuff works really well. John also helped me a lot with my other girls.
Yeah, so basically he banged a white girl. Most Latinos don't bang white girls, especially during the pandemic and inflation. They don't. They simply just bang black girls or ugly fucking chubby Asians as their girlfriends. They're all like fucking 7.5 out of 10 in looks for Latinos. 7 to 7.5. This is average. And they always bang really below their looks level, SMVing it. They used to have 7 out of 10 perceived natural status. But let's continue. So with the arrow theory, right, they get laid and they've been through this process. At first, they usually get burned by RSD, a lot of these guys. A lot of Marco, a lot of the other guy, the Vietnamese guy, they always come from RSD. These are the unenlightened sheeps, are almost 99% RSD. The guys with no money right now, the guys who are haters, the guys who are testimonial deniers. But then again, a lot of my students came from RSD too. At least they approached. They suck shit. Nothing happened. But they at least have the skill to mass approach. So that way they can start to apply my coaching. I have so many fucking lay testimonials. It's ridiculous. It really is. There's a lot of stuff you haven't even heard before. Like mental trauma care, another testimonial I just posted. I have so many. I can't even edit all this shit. But when some students, when they look at it, some students are like, yes, I want in. Like I said, just because you join my training and you resist my training does not mean you'll get laid. You have to do exactly everything I do. There are some students that are so possessed by demons, the RSD guys, that they're like literally doing the opposite of what I'm saying. Their brains are fucked. They're delusional. They half-ass spam approach. They do it their way, the Latino fuck behavior, and then they burn out. So not every student becomes a superstar. However, the ones that are superstars, they're, yelled at or kicked out like Marco and kicked back in. Then they get their lay. Give a thumbs up if you're learning something from this. So, like I said, right now during this inflation, as soon as you start worshiping Infields or new courses that are coming out, you're going to ignore me for exactly 6 months. Everything, you're just going to cover your ears and just dismiss Johnny Late. You'll be gone. And then when you don't get laid, the guys who are poor, they'll waste 6 months of their time. They'll come back to me like this. Hey, John, how's it going? How are you doing, John? Hi, John. How are you doing? Are you doing well? Oh, yeah, that's a great concept. Are you? I was like, oh, you're suddenly my best friend now. You ignored me for 6 fucking months. And all of a sudden, you're smiling at me now because I have to get the students. I'll have less students for 6 months when the famous dating coaches are more famous than me with lots of sheeps. Have you noticed that more famous the dating coach is, and when they release their course, everybody ignores Johnny Elite? Everyone ignores Johnny Elite for 6 months. Nobody gets laid. They fill up their boot camps. This is the sheeps, the unenlightened sheeps, the benchoed sheeps. They'll fill up their boot camps if they have money. If they don't have money, then they already wasted at least $3,000 for all their products, and the boot camp makes it $5.6K extra. They're at least spending over around $8K. Let's say they didn't take their online coaching. $8K to $11,000 if they did take their 6 months online coaching. That's a lot of money to worship. And their minds are gone because they're in the farm. They're in the farm, in the slaughterhouse. They're getting fattened over and over. And they're told bullshit half-truths over and over. You can't verify any of the things that the dating coach says. The dating coach will explain why they're gone with some health scares and some bullshit. There's no way you can verify that's true. Everything they say, it's always a half-truth. They paint the narrative to make themselves look like the hero. That's right. So when we look at it, most of these guys, like this other person that shows up and mouths me off, they're actually sociopath. The dating coaches are sociopaths, and the unenlightened day gamers are sociopaths. We're going to read through this. Do you like this? I have a printer now. It prints like black and white. The ink's pretty cheap, and it doesn't look great, but at least now we have some visual references, right? It's nice visual references to look at. So, what are the sociopathic traits that these unenlightened sheeps have? And why are they stuck worshipping the infields? Because when you go through all 10 traits, you're going to recognize, oh shit, this is actually very common. It's not like they have one of these traits. They have all 10 of these traits. So let's begin. Number 1, sociopaths or dating coaches are charming. That's right. Sociopaths have high charisma. Just like yesterday on the YouTube live, a person's like, hey, John, what do you think about charisma? Like the Asians always do that. Charisma, John. Charisma. Look at Charisma King. Look at all these other cult leaders. These guys who always gets roasted on YouTube. These guys have a high amount of charm. Johnny Lee is the only dating coach with 0 charm. There's nothing charming about me because I'm so direct. But they always have a glow around them. It's called the guru glow. What's the guru glow? When you look at cult leaders like Heaven's Gate Cult and other people like XMV, whatever, they always have this cult glow around them that you want to follow them. RSD Tyler has it. RSD Todd has it. Most of RSD Julian has it. Scam Lifestyle has it. They all have it. And they always have this crazy intense looking eyes like Charles Manson. See his eyes? They always have this sort of like intense eyes. They have this charisma and intense eyes. When you have intense eyes, it automatically means boot camp. Because think about this way. If I want to make more money from you guys, I will make sure to make nonstop infields and then funnel you all into a boot camp. I can cash in like 10 times the amount. But instead, John Elite is not Machiavellian. I don't have this Machiavellian trait, apparently, for the dark triad personality disorder. I always figure if I get you guys laid as fast as possible, then you guys make a video testimonial, even though VIP Dick over there is a testimonial denier. Now he realized he saw the fucking lay pics. He saw the actual testimonials before they were released. It's like, shit, they're all real. They're all fucking real. Like I said, I have to double check this video to make sure the lay pics does not show the student's face or the woman's face in her, in the body. So I'll check it afterwards. It should be fine. So that's number one. The dating coaches are charismatic. They have a glow, a guru glow that attracts people, that typically seeks guidance and direction. What do they mean by that? It means they're talking about bench-hold sheeps. Sheeps need to follow infields so they can be funneled into their courses in a boot camp to be fattened up like a sheep in the slaughterhouse is the boot camp. I mean, at least you might get a lay if you spend 10K just to wrestle with her in the bedroom with alcohol. But other dating coaches you go to, you will probably get no results because when you look at their testimonial page, there is none. There's like 2 or 0. That's common. Number 2, sociopaths are spontaneous and more intense than other people. They tend to be bizarre, sometimes erratic things that most regular people don't do. For example, they may be violent people. They may not be able to control their emotions. They might do some crazy shit out there, cause incidents. This is what they call impulsivity. So they are bound by social contracts. It means that the things that they do to gaslight people when they're not in front of the camera, they can either beat the fuck out of somebody up. They can literally rob people. They can threaten people. I remember another guy did that to his students and blackmail them. They can do all sorts of crazy shit. They can threaten their students like, hey, you better not talk shit about the course. The threaten lawsuit. Like, these guys are fucking crazy. These guys are fucking crazy. And they're very intense sociopaths. They're like little Hitlers. The next one is called, so basically they're almost type 2 psychopathy or sociopath. That means they have gone into the criminal violent area. They already crossed over into criminal territory. Number 3, sociopaths are incapable of feeling shame, guilt, or remorse. You're like, what do you mean? A lot of these sociopaths will ask me, John, what is guilt? What is remorse? If you do something really, really bad, you'll feel bad about it. You feel bad like, oh shit, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I can feel remorse. I can feel guilt when I do something bad and even apologize for it. However, the sociopaths never experience guilt. The dating coaches, for example, they never experience guilt. And when you see this other person making false accusations, they don't experience guilt. What is your revealing average girl's mentality? We're not talking about average girl's mentality. I am revealing the non-enlightened pickup artists, people. I'm revealing the dating coach's mentality. This is not women's mentality. This is not some red pill shit. So they're incapable of feeling shame, guilt, or remorse. Maybe other women are more narcissistic with more options on Tinder, but it doesn't mean they're sociopaths. Only 4% of the population are sociopaths. 1% are psychopaths. I don't have a diagnosis for sociopath or a diagnosis for a psychopath. I don't have a diagnosis for autism. So that's kind of weird. Like, I went through many psychologists, many psychiatrists. My psychiatrist was Indian too, a complete psycho. My mother got me out of there as soon as she saw that this guy was fucking crazy. And also, I got many counselors, in university. I went to them all. So that's why I don't really respect them, because I'm smarter than them. And none of them thinks I'm like a psychopath or a sociopath. So I don't have these traits I'm listing. So number 4, sociopaths invent outrageous lies about their experience. This is what they call the half truth pill. They'll always tell you about a fake health scare, or they'll give you bullshit stories of how they are doing day game. Every single story is sensationalized, is propaganda. None of it is true. How it happened, yeah, the results happened that way, but how it happened is nothing even close. I know exactly what happened. Sociopaths invent outrageous lies about their experience. They wildly exaggerate things to the point of absurdity. They'll talk about fake health scares. They'll talk about bullshit like how their friend died. It's always some excuse why they're not here. They're only here when they need money. And of course, they'll say, I don't care about money. I only want to retire one day, have a big family, and whatever. No, sociopaths invent outrageous lies. And it always sounds plausible because you can't verify it. You trust them because you look at their infields, you turn into a sheep. Your mind is gone for 6 months. You already bought their products, ignoring John Elite. The enlightened students will listen to me. They'll listen to every word I say. They listen to the testimonials. They want to be part of it. The sheeps will be all gone. They're very, very different mindsets. So when they wildly exaggerate things to the point of absurdity, and when they describe it to you, right? Everything, like the storytelling format that they use, for some reason, it sounds believable at the time. That's right. The story is always bullshit. It's never exactly the way they described it. Every single time. The more they can tell you bullshit stories, you're like, how often do they tell you bullshit stories? John, I want to know, how often do they tell you bullshit stories? Every single time. 99% of the stories are half truths. Everything's a half truth, so destabilize your mind. They can paint a narrative that suits them. You're like, shit, you can't help it. They look at you like bags of money. You're exactly worth 11K if you have that money. They'll tell you things like, oh yeah, if you don't focus on the day game or sex, then you can't focus on your work and make more money. And then they tug at the heartstrings to manipulate you. The truth is, my students who get laid more, actually, they make less money. Their ego goes up after every lay. Their self-esteem goes down. They spend more money. Look at the black student with 46 lays. The more lays he gets, the more he fucking spends money like it's gonna expire. That was already a half-truth lie. It's a lie. Everything they say is a lie. Like how they left their country and moved to a different one, it's a total fucking lie. Everything that comes out of their mouth is a lie. How they got their girlfriends is all a lie. It's always some alcohol crutch or social circle, but they'll make it seem like it's day game. Everything they say is a lie. Everything. There's nothing that's even true. Yeah, the results happen that way, but how it happened is all false. The next one is sociopaths seek to dominate others and win at all costs. This is the Indian behavior, as they'll come and attack you with half-truth pill, knives out. At first, they'll start with the depressed snowflake cunt gear. They're all depressed. John, please help me. All of India is begging for my help because they've probably been burned by other coaches before. By other coaches. They have got one course after another. They know they're going to get fucked up the ass. All of India is begging, in New York too. They're all begging for coaching. But I said no to India. So the thing is that when you argue with these people, they have to win at all costs. That means whenever I argue with a sociopath, I'll tell one of my students that if you got a hairstyle a certain way, my hairstyle is kind of fucked today. It's growing super fast. I don't know what the fuck is going on. It's growing like fucking 10 times faster. I gotta cut it. But I just took a shower. I want to be here. But when you argue with a student and says, I think I dig my own hair. That's what he said to me. But I say, do women dig it? No, because he got no results. But he digs it. In his own mind, he has to win at all cost. I tell him that if you intermittent fast and use my V-shaped body workout plan, you'll get a V-shaped body, and you also increase your HGH, your growth hormone, by 5-folds or 2,000%. But he'll say, no, that's not true, because he has to win at all cost. He'll say, what experts said this. I was like, look, a study said this in a government website. I will not cover arrow theory again. So if you guys ever want to like train in arrow theory, first of all, learn how to pull. Number two, train with me. Once you can pull, you apply arrow theory's automatic lay. So sociopaths, like I said, they have to win at all costs. So when you argue with the Indian with word salads as they're attacking you, especially this, that's why I kicked out all Indians from India. I'll train Indians from the West, but they'll word salad you. They'll first make a false accusation, then they'll use a guilt trip, then they'll use a pain point. This is how the sociopaths behave. And then they'll make you circular reasoning, defending yourself. And then they'll go back into another false accusation, exactly the same as that VIP dick over there. You see that? That's a narcissistic word salad. What he says, like, oh, your testimonials look fake. Well, that's a false accusation. That's a guilt trip. That's a pain point. And the circular reasoning getting me to defend myself. That's a narcissistic sociopath right there. Do you see that? Do you see that? And they worship Infield. Those kind of dumb fucks are like that. So they have to win at all costs. In their mind, they're always right. So the next one is that they hate to lose any argument and fight viciously and defend their web of lies to a point of logical absurdity. Just like that Latino student I have. He'll argue about every fucking thing, every workout plan, everything. The Latino fuck behavior. Latinos are fucking crazy, like in Mexico. They're the ones who ship fentanyl next to with Chinese fentanyl from China. So let's not blame them being just crazy. They work with the Chinese, my people, to fucking kill over 100,000 Americans. So I'm not any part of that. And I apologize on behalf of these fucking crazy Chinese these days. But the Latino people, opinions as facts. They're violent people. They're sex offenders. They're human traffickers over there. And those are the people that they're bringing over the border. I'm not saying all of them are like that, but they have this crazy mentality. They're very nice people for my students, but it's hard to teach these Latinos until you use arrow theory. When you apply arrow theory, then they get laid. The next one is called sociopaths are highly intelligent. They losing my voice. Personally, I don't think they're intelligent. All the dating coaches are sociopaths. Almost all of them, opinions as facts. They're not intelligent. They all act exactly the same. They put you in a boot camp. They all use half-truth pill. All of them. They're not intelligent. They're almost like a scorpion. They always have to sting. Or like a spider. A black widow spider. All of them knows how to spin the web of lies. They're born with this ability to do that. Right? Exactly. When you get to the inner circle, we'll cover it. So it's going to be maybe the last week of the month. When we cover arrow theory, right? All of you will have to learn it. We'll go over all the testimonials and all the recent students. All the students in 2023 that got laid all use arrow theory so far. It's been like a perfect success rate. So sociopaths are highly intelligent, although I doubt it. So no. So they use their brain power to deceive others, like Craprisma King, has 0 day game lay testimonials. And other people, these dating coaches, they think they're very smart. But in my experience, sociopaths are not bright people. They're not bright. There's nothing going on upstairs. They're operating all on instincts, just like the woke people or the politicians that know how to wokeify everything. They have no logical ability. They have no rationality. They know how to be Machiavellian. They're not intelligent, but this thing says they are. Right? They know how to use their brain power to deceive others and empower them. Their high IQ, I don't think their IQs are that high for dating coaches. Or these people, these dumb PUA opinions as facts, like whatever D over there, Dick. These guys are so dumb. They're always like, oh, yeah, testimonials. Look, it's like, fuck you. I just showed the lay pics of the testimonial in the faces too. Uncensored. I don't have time to censor all of them fucking idiots. You know, that's the problem with these people. They're not really smart. Their high IQ makes them dangerous. I have a very, very high IQ. I took an IQ test before. You know, I should try to apply to that Mensa because I think other people have applied to Mensa or something and they got a little badge for it. And I might do that in the future. But anyways, sociopaths have high IQ, makes them dangerous. I may have high IQ. I'm not a sociopath and I'm not a dangerous person. Not all my students are successful, but a lot of them are. So I do have sheeps and I have really great students. So I don't do any sort of deception with my powers. The only thing I do is educate and unbrainwash you. Okay? This is why many of the best known serial killers have successfully evaded Law enforcement were sociopaths. Look at Jeffrey Dahmer. You saw that TV show called Monster? You know the Dahmer story? That guy was evading police all the time, easily. These people can evade police. They can create crimes and somehow evade the law because they're smart. They're sociopaths. The next one is sociopaths are incapable of love and entirely self-serving. They may feign love, means fake love, and compassion in order to get what they want, but they don't feel love the same way you and I do. That's right. They don't actually. Do you guys have students for pre-studies? I don't even know what the fuck that means. What do you mean pre-studies? Sociopaths speak poetically. They're master wordsmiths. They're able to deliver a running stream of consciousness, like RSD Tyler or some mental bullshit. They can have this like fucking stream of consciousness of bullshit. And it's both intriguing and hypnotic. I'm not doing anything to manipulate you with a stream of consciousness. I'm literally reading off of my website. It's just easier that way. So I'm just saying the truth. When I say the truth, right? I don't have to deceive. I just tell you how it is. And sociopaths speak. Okay, you ever seen those guys like Charisma King, and you see all these other coaches with their crazy eyes? They're deaf stare. They always know how to stream of consciousness of mental bullshit. So they're master wordsmiths, able to deliver a running stream of consciousness monologue that's both intriguing and hypnotic, just like cult leaders, RSD. They're expert storytellers and even poets. As a great example of this in action, watch an interview with Charles Manson on YouTube. Basically, you can tell a sociopath based on their eyes. They all have a death stare. Most dating coaches have a death stare like this. Intense looking eyes. And whenever I deal with a hater or a student like from India or something like that, they all have the sociopath eyes. All of them will have opinions as facts. You get it? They're not intelligent. They seem to win at all costs. They dominate everything. They have to win. If you defeat them in an argument, they'll still, in their own mind, they have to win. They're always right. They invent outrageous lies about their experience. They're incapable of feeling shame and guilt. Is this making sense? I would say 99% of Indians are sociopaths. They just have a genetic trait of it. They haven't all expressed it. The ones who are living in a different country from India with a white last name, they just haven't expressed their genes because they have loving parents. However, they all have the same traits. They're all sociopaths. 100% of them, actually. Narcissistic. But if they're born outside of India, they have good parents, they will not express the crazy fucking genes. Most Indians from India have... This is describing all the Indians from India. This is why I'm not going to train them anymore. So they always have to win at all costs. They feel no guilt or shame. Most of these guys will backstab you. They don't actually feel guilt or shame. Does that all make sense? They're spontaneous, more intense than other people. When they lose their fucking mind afterwards, they can even wait 1.5 years to stab you in the back. It's not just Indians. I already know a person's going to stab me in the back. I look at my video editor. I said to him, listen, all people from the Philippines, right? They're going to stab you in the back at some point. You have that crazy death stare. I promise I will never do it. Inflation happens. He takes my money, doesn't video edit properly. He already stabbed me in the back. He asked for more money. These people are crazy. Indians pretend to be your best friend when they don't get that lay and they need Johnny Elite. They're in the depressed snowflake cunt gear. Then once they get the one lady, they get into the lower self gear, the survival gear. This is called the reptilian brain. The reptilian brain is responsible for survival. India is a survival of the fittest or the most benchhold scammers. And then they get into the lower gear from that. Once they get depressed, they get lower self, and they have the backstabbing gear. They'll backstab and lose their fucking minds. So this is like how they operate. The next thing is that sociopaths never apologize. They're never wrong. They never feel guilty. They can never apologize. Even if shown proof they are wrong, they'll refuse to apologize and go back on the attack. That's right. So now you're starting to see that most dating coaches actually have these traits. Most of the guys who are the PUA sheeps who are worshipping Infield have these traits. Most of the guys who are testimonial deniers, worse than Holocaust deniers, That's the first line of the video. Testimonial deniers are worse than Holocaust deniers. Those guys, exactly like the other guy there, opinions is facts, saying, oh, testimonials must be fake. But I literally post the testimonials uncensored. I covered the faces, and you can hear their voice, and you see the lay pics and the lay videos. Now you know it's all real. Opinions is facts. You see that? That actually describes the other guy. Yeah, but India is not like 3% of the population. It's more like 3% is the only nice ones. Here's what I think. 80% of Indian people are nice people. They're friendly people. They'll respect Johnny Lee. I'll get along with them in India. 20% of them are scammers, call centers, crazy motherfuckers, bench holds, backstabbing pieces of shit, cult leader, scam artists, bench hold, crazy fucking psychos. Now they're even killing Christians and burning the churches. Right now they have crossed over from rape from Rajasthan into violence and terrorism. Of course, you say, well, Chinese army killed a lot of Indians and pushed them over the cliff, right? But you also were dumb enough to fight the Chinese army. So I'm just saying. So anyways, let's continue. Because I have a lot of students from India. I've been backstabbed by a lot of students from India. That's why I just completely stopped teaching students from India. The last one is called, this is the last one, the most important. You see that? Sociopaths are delusional, literally believes what they say becomes truth, merely because they say it. That's right. Hold on a second. I uploaded a video from today. I follow our typical habits. I'll check it out later. I'm on like YouTube Live right now, okay? I'll check out the video later on. I'll get back to you, okay? So this is my other student, Latino guy. You know, they always do it their way. So listen carefully. This is the most important. This will explain why this guy thought the testimonials were fake, even though I showed they were real. I showed the lay pics and even inner circle. We just posted mostly uncensored or a little bit censored. And then we tagged the student's name right here. This is everything. This will explain 99% dating coaches. Okay. If Johnny Lee has 581 LAPO testimonials, I'm not delusional. Don't you agree? If I have 581 LAPO testimonials, if I was delusional like Crap is My King or Game Cheesy TV, I'll only have 2 late testimonials. Going direct is delusional, and it may work for the PUAs to bang 5 out of 10s, but it doesn't work for you lowest MV cunts. It doesn't work for you guys. So their opinions is facts. James Tuss has 2 late testimonials. He finally got his second. That means he's delusional. And then you have other people that are roasting other people, and they say, you got to use a mystery method in 3 seconds. Like, shut the fuck up. How many late testimonials do they have for a day game? Most of their students are white. Still delusional. Less delusional than the other coaches. Johnny Lee is the least delusional. I am not diagnosed as a psychopath or a sociopath. That's why I'm thinking so clearly. I can clearly feel guilt, and I can empathize with my students. I had a lot of PTSD with mental trauma. Once I went through mental trauma cure, I can start feeling a lot more emotions, not just feelings and trigger. I'm feeling a lot more emotions. It was just PTSD, too much of it, because I have crazy parents, you know? But here's the funny thing. With all these emotions, not just like getting triggered like a bencho Indian in India. That's feelings. That's not emotions. I feel emotions now. And one thing I can say about emotions is it's really annoying because it's hard to get things done when you're always so feeling the emotions all the time. But I digress. So sociopaths are delusional, literally believe what they say becomes the truth. Like most white dating coaches. Like most dating coaches. Merely because they say it. Charles Manson once says this. The sociopath murderer is famous as saying, I've never killed anybody or never kill anyone. I don't need to kill anyone. I think it here and I have it here. He points to his temple, right? I don't need to live in this physical realm. Either he's talking about manifestation or he is crazy as fuck This is the delusional Latino fuck behavior. This is the bench holding behavior. This is the white dating coaches behavior. The delusional. So when you're dealing with these people that are testimonial deniers, and you're dealing with all these crazy fucking stupid bench hold sheeps and students who are like that, not enlightened. Of course, some of my enlightened students are sociopaths too. Don't get me wrong, they have all these traits, but the only difference is they have a good heart. They may be delusional, they may be triggered, but their heart is in the right place. They understand everything I'm saying. So right now, I'm unbrainwashing you guys. I say something so truthful, it triggers you guys, and then some of you normally drops off. It's called a cognitive dissonance in terms of psychology. Cognitive dissonance means one idea from another dating coach. John Elite tells you the truth, and the trigger happens. It's like, brain pain. You get a brain pain. Fuck, right? And then you drop off. So the guys who are not enlightened, the sheeps, they double down on the worship in their brainwashing. The ones who are not brainwashed, when they get that brain pain, the cognitive dissonance, they open up their mind. They're like, shit, everything John is saying is correct. And they finally listen to the testimonial and they start to think, if we do everything John Elite says, most likely they're going to end up as a lay testimonial too. They're going to end up exactly the same. So do you see why I could literally get every single one of you laid? Not every, at least 80%, 70%. At least 80% pull was the highest I've ever got. I can't get 100%. In Kaizen, it is 100% so far. But I felt a few students and a few quit. That still maintains the 100%. But for everything else, there's always that one student in every program that fucks it up. Whether it's 3MP, tax scheme for minority, every student gets laid except one. Boot camps, 3 students did not get laid. The rest did. Lay or pull. So it's a very high success rate. Most of my programs, 3MP, most of the students get laid except for one. My coaching is very tough. Some people think it's a little bit crazy because I literally make students pinch their nipples that they fuck up. So the only prerequisite eligibility, there's only one. And most people fail it. When you watch the webinar, right? How about this, guys? There's a webinar I have on my website. If you go through the entire webinar, that's prerequisite, and you get a free a mindset playlist. The students, when they start training with me, they have to write down 10 takeaways so they can write a paraphrase from the actual video, and they write their commentary, what they learn. So they listen to extreme ownership, right? Like this. They're like saying, I got to take responsibility for everything in my life, no matter what happens. That's what they learn from the video. Then you have to write, I've been not taking my own responsibility. That's one. You have to write 10 for each video, even if the video is 5 minutes. If you go through all of that, your mindset will open up your sociopathy. And then more likely you're coachable. The students that don't go through this will fight with me. So you can see the reason why some students are more tougher to teach, right? Hard cases, unteachable cases, and stuff like that, impossible cases, unteachable, is because of this. Sociopath traits. That's right. Because of this. I have to fight with these 10 fucking traits. I have to fight with their fucking charming sociopath behavior, their fucking sociopath glow, their arrogance. I have to fight with their spontaneous, crazy fucking behavior. I have to fight with their inability to feel shame and guilt and remorse. I have to fight with their inventing outrageous lies about their experience. I have to fight with their win at all cost behavior. They become resistant because they're brainwashed. Oh, you got to sexualize it. You got to DHV. Shut the fuck up. When they stop doing that, they start getting laid. They're highly intelligent, or they think they're smarter than me. They're not. They're incapable of love. That's the thing. They can't feel love. They have their own fucking shitty version of love. It's not even real. They're incapable. Like, they speak poetically. They speak like a stupid sociopath bench hold, how they're always right. They never apologize when they're wrong, even to the point of logical absurdity. And sociopaths are delusional and literally believes everything they say becomes the truth. So it's not just I'm fighting with one trait. Like, I'm not just like, oh, this guy will not apologize if he's wrong. No. That's just one trait. It's not like he's delusional too. No, that's 2 traits. I'm fighting against all 10. So that's the thing. This is why you guys are always going to their worshipping infield, because you have opinions as facts. You believe by worshipping infields you're going to get laid. That's a, a delusion. You look at their laid testimonials, they always have 2 or 1 or 0. That's it. The more infields you worship, the less you get laid. You look at their testimonial page, James Tuss has 2 now. Used to have 1 after all these years. Charisma King, 0. That's the delusion. So these sociopaths are the ones who are testimonial deniers. They look at the lay testimonials. The first thing they say is fake. And then you show them the fucking lay pics from the students, like I showed earlier, and the lay videos, and also their testimonials are not even censored. Number 2, now they realize it's not fake, and they're like, fuck, it's all real. Fucking idiots. The second thing is that you got to deal with all this shit. That's the problem. Think about it this way. Sociopaths will listen to invent outrageous lies about their experience. White dating coaches have never had a same day lay from open to sex. Brad Ass Kiss, 0 lay testimonials. One of the worst PUAs ever. Nobody knows this because I didn't want to say this or hurt his reputation. But he's one of the worst day gamers ever. He just mass approach everyone. I know because I seen him. I know. I actually met him. He fucking sucks shit. They just propped him up. That's why he has no lay testimonials. Just goes to Tinder afterwards. I know all this shit. I know all the secret behind the scenes stuff. I just don't say it out loud. I keep it a secret. Let them believe their delusions. So, no. I can get sociopaths laid and I can get the psychopath students laid just fine. It's just I have to argue with them harder. So when I deal with the sociopath student, the guy might say, well, another coach says I have to DHV, right? So now he has his opinions as facts and win at all costs. I got a DHV because if I don't DHV, then I will not get laid. So I'm going to DHV because another coach said so. So how would Johnny Elite deal with this sociopath, right? I'll go up to him and I'll call him a sociopath. Listen, opinions as facts. None of my students fucking uses DHV stories, you dumb fucking cunt, idiot. That's what I say to him. Are you stupid? Listen to all these testimonials. Not even one of them use DHV stories. Look at the millionaire student. You know him in the inner circle. He was using DHV stories nonstop. No women believed his fucking 5'8" Asian ass. Nobody believed him. It doesn't work for low SMV, you fucking idiot. That's why I say to them. And they're like, what? But I thought DHV... Listen. When you have low SMV, she thinks you're trying too hard and she goes cold. And then the student will say, yeah, that's true. Every time I try DHV with lower SMV, yeah, you're right, John. Every single time she leaves. I didn't know that was because of that. Yeah, because they don't fucking believe you. They think you're trying too hard. On Tinder, every other low SMV guy is trying to impress her, give her validation without a status maxing. And then she thinks you're giving her validation by trying to show off to her. And they're like, well, I'm so sorry, John. I'm going to stop DHVing. That's right. Next time you fucking DHV, I'm going to start yelling at you. Next time you do it, I'm going to fucking kick you out if you keep doing it. And they're like, okay, John, sorry, right? You see, that's how I deal with the sociopaths. Does that make sense? I can get both of them laid. But I have to fight an extra layer of mental bullshit. So my job becomes very hard. And then you deal with like 5 Latinos at the same time with their opinions as facts. You deal with 5 Latinos at the same fucking time where all they have this one-track Latino fuck behavior mindset. How did I get them laid? Until they finally change their mindset, then they get laid. And here's another student of mine who, I'll show you the thing, but I can't because I have to cover the face and I have to cover the name. So the New York student. Okay, let's just see this. It's not censored yet. I don't have the time to censor it. Oops, shit. I have to censor later. So, yeah, okay. But you can, okay. So I accidentally showed, I'll censor this part. Censor this part of video later on. Okay. But that's a real person. That's a real person. You guys same day lay. And his lay pics, I showed it earlier. It's all real. These are all real people, uncensored. When that guy says, oh, yeah, because you show the student's face. I have to go back to this video and just apply like a censor. So that'll be smarter. But you get the point. You get the point. So now that you realize all the students are real, that's a real person right there. A face that is accidentally shown when I thought I was covering it. They're all real people. Every single one of these guys are real people. So never have opinions as facts. But I had to argue with a lot of these students for a long time. So, all right, let's continue. As I was saying about this whole thing, a lot of the students, the sheeps that worship, are always from RSD many years ago. So they always, number one, they worship a white dating coach. As we established, they never show a same-day lay from open to sex. I don't even consider a same-day lay if you have to drug her with alcohol, bench holding. You see that? If you drug her with alcohol, no, there's no micro needling. I don't micro needle. I'm too afraid of needles. I have a needle phobia. So it's not part of my anti-aging whatever. So as I was saying, okay, look, for example, right now, I'm talking about alcohol. So when you use alcohol in the bedroom, right, sociopaths are charming, right? If a coach uses that, is he charming? Of course he is. He has like crazy eyes and he'll gaslight you. Guru glow. Are they more spontaneous and intense than other people? They do bizarre, erratic things with violence, and also New Delhi grape game, Rajasthan grape game, that regular people will not do, but their students will. Yeah. I'm bound by social contracts. Their behavior seems irrational or extremely risky. They won't even have sex with a condom. Like, they don't even care. Sociopaths do not use condoms ever. So some of my sociopath students are already fathers. Do you know that? A lot of my students that are sociopaths are fathers because they accidentally got their girlfriend pregnant that I got them. You're like, how many of them are like that? A lot. They never use condoms. They never wash their hands either. But you see that New Delhi grape game alcohol fits under number 2. That fits under spontaneous, crazy fuck behavior. Number 3, sociopaths are incapable of feeling guilt, shame, or remorse. Just like when they're drugging her with the alcohol and wrestling with her, totally illegal. So some of them were in their 20s too, actually. In their 20s. Yeah, a lot of students are in their 20s, early 20s, mid 20s. Like most of them around that age area already are fathers now. They're fathers. They were crying too when they realized that they fucked up. And I said, "It's all your fault. You didn't listen to me." I tell them not to use condoms. And you know what happens? They have opinions as facts. Now you're starting to see the pattern of these people. They're delusional and they win at all costs. You know what they say to me with their delusions? They'll say, "John, I have a special pull-out method. I know how to time her period so she will not get pregnant." Or they'll tell me something like this. They'll say, "John, she told me she's on the pill." That's what they say. They always have this fucking sociopath Latina. They always get pregnant very easily because they're super fertile. It's like, "Oh, she says she's on the pill or something, but she's not on the fucking pill. She can't even afford it." And she gets pregnant. The guy has some decent height in SMV. She's a little bit older. She gets pregnant. And now he's a fucking father. It's always the same fucking story. Happens with a lot of Latinas. Crazy fucking sociopath Latinas saying they're on birth control. The guy always says, they don't like to use condoms because they can't get hard. They have their own opinions as facts. You tell them, use a condom every time. They're like, "No, it's hard to get anything pregnant." It's super easy to get her pregnant. A Latina's basically, you look at her, she gets pregnant. She's not fertile. Literally. You look at her with this flirty face, she's going to get fucking pregnant. Like, they're super fertile with their narrow waist and their big hips. Super fertile. Nobody's more fertile than a Latina. Seriously. But they just can't stop fucking procreating because they're fucking stupid. Like, they just have to because they're polar. Do you see where I'm going with this? This chart really shows all their opinions as facts. They literally have opinions as facts until they're a father. That is their reward for being fucking delusional. Congratulations. You procreated with my training, and I'm too fucking ashamed to even post this stuff. You know? Another student was listening to another tall white dating coach, this Chinese guy with a Latina, and he got fucking that woman pregnant. Now he's a father. It's in one of the testimonials. You can see it. This guy, this Chinese guy. And now he has like a half Latino, half Chinese baby, right? So this is how Filipinos are created. They're basically half Chinese and half Latino. That's Filipino. So he just creates another Filipino. Filipinos are like, oh, we're part Spanish or we're Asians. No, you're fucking Chinese mixed with Latinos or Latinas. That's a Filipino. That's all a Filipino is. So, but now you can see why the students, right? That's why they worship a lot of these guys. Now you're realizing they're actually sociopaths. This chart describes their behavior. It's crazy. So I'm telling all of you, use fucking condoms, guys. No, because the coach says that. Yeah, the sociopaths don't wash their hands. Nobody washes their hands in India. All sociopaths. They never wash their hands. Just watch them. When you're hanging around a PUA group, you look at the guys, the Indians, not even if they're born here or not, nobody ever washes their hands, even Pakistanis. Never, because they don't feel guilt and shame. You get it? Because they're incapable of feeling guilt, shame, and remorse. They don't wash their hands because they don't care if they infect other people. They cross-contaminate. Do you see that? This is not some bullshit chart. This is actually real. This is sociopaths. Whenever you see John keeps talking about sociopath this, sociopath that, sociopath this, now you know. They're all like, they never use condoms and they create babies out of nowhere and they're stuck as fathers. All of them are the fucking same. They never wash their hands. They have opinions as facts. They lay testimonial deniers. They're all fucking stupid. They're all exactly the same. So whenever John Elite tells them the truth, this is how day game really works, they deny it because they have opinions as facts. They have to win at all cost. Even to the point of logical absurdity. No, I don't have to wear a condom because I have a great pull-out method, right? I'm an expert at pulling. Maybe not. Because you never know, when she's ovulating, you might think, oh, you just missed a day. You're on, timing to her cycle. But the sperm inside her swims in there for a few days before it dies. And it might, at that exact time, get her pregnant. Especially Latina. Always a Latina. Even the other white natural that you saw in the video, me and him day gaming together, he also got his fucking Latina pregnant. He's a father. She's like a half Latina, half black looking woman. So his kid's like, has his face but curly, looks like a little Negro, right? And he's the father, this tall, good looking German male model looking guy. You see, that's the problem. When you have height and you have like looks, a lot of these guys do, and they get the women pregnant, she'll never abort the baby because she'll just say, oh, it's a miracle. She'll never abort the fucking baby, this Latinos. She'll raise the babies, even if she has several. I'm not joking. She'll raise the baby because for her, she's getting somebody taller with some decent looks. It's kind of like if she had like Leonardo DiCaprio's baby, she's not going to abort it. If it's some low SMV guy, she's going to abort it as fast as possible. Do you see that? Opinions as facts. They're massive, magical pull-out methods. Condoms, they don't want to wear it. They just do it without a condom. They don't care. They're risk takers, risky behaviors, right? More spontaneous than other people. They tend to do bizarre, sometimes erratic things. And most regular people wouldn't do. They are extremely unbound by social contracts. Their behaviors seem irrational or extremely risky. That's right. Yeah, I mean, if you have 10K in the bank, right? A lot of Indians, well, my Indian students, they all wear exactly the same cologne that the inner circle wears. But I can see what you mean. For Indians, they always blame the food. They always say, oh, because you're cooking curry or something. That's why they have that smell. in reality is not that. They don't even eat Indian food in front of me. They're too embarrassed to eat Indian food in front of me. They never eat Indian food, but they still have the smell. Not all Indians smell, but they always have that smell. So my Indian students, they wear the cologne, but it's the antiperspirant. When you use antiperspirant, right, then that smell does not happen. That smell does not happen for Indians. I know. I had an Indian roommate. So that's the thing. But antiperspirant, there's no smell. Even if you mask it, even if you take a shower, they still have it. It's genetics. It's genetics. Their sweat glands are just like overpowered or something. So I didn't come to India. My old roommate is actually Indian. He's gonna make a new video called Dear Indians Part 5 with me soon. So we'll be posting it soon, okay? Because I know you guys don't have the money to train with me. A lot of Indians are begging for coaching, even emailing me for coaching. I'm saying no to every single one of them. So I'm not even sure if they have any money, to be honest. They always want free stuff. The Indian mindset. So, anyways, let's continue. Now that you see this, right? You can start to see why a lot of dating coaches have opinions as facts. But when you look at alcohol, right? And they use that in their infield from open to sex using alcohol, and their students are doing that because their students have that crazy eyes. It's really like sociopaths are charming, cult leader, more spontaneous, intense, right? They do crazy shit. Sociopaths are incapable of feeling guilt, shame, or remorse right here. See, it's not. Right. Sociopaths invent outrageous lies about their experience. The coach will tell them bullshit. And they'll fall for the half-truth pill. Everything is bullshit. It's not even one thing that's true. Not even one. Like the story, how they got there is not true. How they get their girlfriends is not true. It's always alcohol. Everything's alcohol. Sociopaths seek to dominate and win at all cost. Don't you see that? Sociopaths seek to dominate and win at all cost. Hopefully you can see it. Okay, you can't, but it says it right here. Because the alcohol is win at all cost behavior, sociopath behavior. What do you think? My students are getting like over 10 lays in India and also getting married. Is it worth it? I mean, 10 lays is not too bad. Married's not too bad either. They found their life partner in there, many of them. The better question is, why the fuck should I train you? So rather than you say, is it worth it or not? I say, what makes you worth training? What makes you worth my time? Why can't I just save all the other Indians that are in the West? Right? The nicer people that are not. How do I know you're not a pain in the ass to deal with? They all lost their fucking minds during inflation. Exactly 2022 summertime. The gas prices went up, food prices went up. All the Indians lost their fucking minds and bench hold like crazy. They mentally self-destruct. They got intense and they got fucked up. Now you see with the alcohol game is win at all cost. Sociopaths are highly intelligent. They use their brain powers to deceive others rather than empower them. All their infields, like I said, maybe you should worship other infields and not get laid. For executive, why don't you just go worship other fucking infields, their courses, and not get laid? Get played. Spend your money there. Fuck off from here. I don't care. It's just less trouble to deal with. So they're intelligent. That means they're socially engineering with alcohol. They'll cut all the alcohol from their students. But you always remember like the Mandela effect. You remember them using alcohol before in their infield. It's always a big bottle of champagne. They wrestle with her and then they call it bedroom escalation. It's not bedroom escalation. This is New Delhi grape. But that is just another sociopath, highly intelligent, makes them dangerous, evading the law. Legally, you're not allowed to wrestle the consent out of the woman. She has the right to consent. You don't just get her drunk as fast as possible before she can object and wrestle with her until she submits. And then when she submits, because using romantic sexual, she might think there's a boyfriend out of it, so she becomes a captor. It's like a hostage game. Then she sides with the captor. Acceptance rate into the inner circle is 0. In terms of, I have to choose you, then it's 100%. If you're not chosen under John Elite, because you demonstrate you're a good person, you will not be accepted to the inner circle. You can pay me, you can beg me, you can give me $1,000. You will not be allowed to be in it. You can wire me over $10,000. I will still say no. You can keep your money. Nobody gets to be part of the inner circle unless I choose to. Only the good people. Everybody else that does not perform in the inner circle will not be allowed to renew. The sociopaths, the opinions as facts, the unteachable cases. You'll be all kicked out. India is risky for any risk. Is risky for any sort of like white women there, because some Indian will just flash her and just whip out his dick out of nowhere and run away, or try to rape her. So it's not just for other PUAs. No PUAs will go to India to game women because most guys do not find Indian women attractive. I've dated a lot of Indian women before, so I'm not like racist. This was before. I want to see what I liked the most. Many of them, very pretty ones too. Even one of them was 17 when I was dating her. So I still see her when I'm day gaming sometimes. She's taller than me. Very pretty. Very pretty. So, but yeah, I run into her all the time and she helps me wing a little bit. So, but other than that, most guys don't like Indian women. So, where in reality has millions of paid pros. India has nothing. All their PUAs or naturals that they call it are not naturals. They have no skills. They're just a bunch of guys with death stares trying to be overconfident, arrogant. That's the extent of Indian game. You just try to pull without looking like you're showing public displays of affection. That's how you game in India. Because if you hold hands and stuff and people find out, the parents will get pissed off at her. And also all the rape that happens over there, they're also very scared of the PUAs. So, because they always have gang rapes. New Delhi used to have gang rapes all the time. Rajasthan is always like they rape minors all the time there. The rate of rape in Rajasthan is amazingly high. Like literally, that's how they say hello over there. I don't want to be racist. I'm just telling you the truth. Rajasthan's a crazy fucking place that has a haywire brain. Is almost as crazy as the Latinos that also does that before the women or girls cross the border. Complete cycles. So when you look at it, highly intelligent, incapable of love, they feign love, whatever. Sociopaths speak poetically. They're master wordsmiths, a stream of consciousness. All this alcohol shit in their game. Their game does not even work without the alcohol. So that's why their products don't work. Sociopaths never apologize. They're never wrong. They never feel guilt. They can never apologize, even shown proof they're wrong. They refuse to apologize, instead go on the attack. This fucking New Delhi grape game is crazy. Sociopaths are delusional and literally believe what they say. Oh yeah, they have great game. Yeah, sure. All right, let's conclude this video as people are dropping off. So most people, including Indians or Asians, will first worship a white dating coach. 99% of the time, a white dating coach. Number two, they're going to worship somebody their own race, whether it's Indian, if you're Indian, or Asian, or black, you're going to worship a black. Number two, Johnny Elite last. Number three, you're going to go for an Asian coach. There's always some kind of Asian coach you listen to. Queefing Casanova or some fucking stupid Asian without any late testimonials for day game, just night game. And lastly, when you get burnt so many times, you come to Johnny Elite. I'm always Johnny Elite last. Just like that bench hold over there. No offense, executive. It's always Johnny Elite last. Oh, why should I train with you? Well, go fucking train over there. Go with another white coach. Go with another Indian coach. Go with another Asian coach. Right? Don't get laid. If you have low SMV, you're fucked. And then lastly, they go to Johnny Elite last. So that's exactly what happens. Now you see, when my students look at the testimonials, they get it. They don't need to go through this whole process. They just they get it. Then you got the guys who are like, oh, fake testimony. Oh, fuck you. I just showed a student's face by accident. I have to censor that out. Shit. So keep that in mind, because that student has lay pics and stuff. I have to censor it later on. But yeah, you get the point now. Finally, with all those bad habits, I have to deal with that from all those times you're worshiping, and you'll be gone for 6 months. When you're worshiping, they go from a circus, one to another. Then they go to the boot camp, spend 11K. It's over 10K per dating coach. They worship like crazy. They're spending nonstop. And eventually, when they come here, they're hoping to get laid. I do get them laid for a fraction of the price. They make a video testimonial. But with 2023 Arrow Theory, my students who can pole automatically using Arrow Theory will get laid. Sexualizing it to the max, then dealing with the sexual objections, looping it until she opens her legs. This way, Arrow Theory is the new opportunity. Means you don't need a fucking 7-day boot camp. I know a lot of you during this inflation, right? You don't have as much money. And you're 6'1". So, congratulations. I thought you were like 6'3", but still pretty tall, right? So that's the thing, though. I got 3 students laid in a row with Arrow Theory. They don't get fooled by Infields. They know that Infields alone will not get them laid if they worship. They know if I get so many students laid, they're going to be the next. And if they do everything I say, the dumb sheeps will ignore me during their release of other dating coaches' new courses because their brains are completely shut down. They will be funneled to a farm or their day game courses, right? Like their circus, like a hamster running on the wheels for 6 months. Every lay testimonials I post will be ignored for the next 6 months. They'll get fattened like a sheep with half-truth pill. They are unverifiable for all the information and half-truths. They'll lack critical thinking as they get gaslighted because they think the coach can do it, so can they. They'll trade 11K or 3K for all their day game courses, 6 months to misery programs for 3K, and then a fucking boot camp for another 5.6K. They're trading 11K. They could have got laid with Elite 30 from Hard Case to Hero or from Bencho to Hero. If they approach for 6 months, they'll at least get minimum of 2 lays if they follow the course day by day. Then if they don't, they'll be funneled into a boot camp for 5.6K just to learn how to use alcohol and New Delhi grape. Sociopath game. That's why the topic is so important, because it's about understanding the difference between enlightened day gamers and the zombie sheeps. The enlightened day gamers knows that the only way to get laid in 2023 for day game without alcohol or sociopath game is Arrow Theory. So you have to train with me because I'm with the right mindsets and the right coach, which is me. That's why I'm inviting you to train with me for the 3 months of proficiency Kaizen Elite Bundle 2. That's the thing, though. That's the thing, because they're releasing new courses, they're saving their money to worship, and they're ignoring me for 6 months. So I have to get the existing students laid. John will make less money for 6 months whenever they release a new worship course. It's dumb fucking bench holds. So Arrow Theory is very correct. It's very correct because it's literally getting everyone laid in a very short amount of time. And the other student, I show his face by accident. I will censor it, or I'll try cut that part of the video out. Maybe I can put a censor on it for the screen. But let's hear his testimonial, okay? This is not even censored yet. This is not even censored. This is all real. This guy's from New York. I have to cover his face later. So this is 3 minutes and 21 seconds. He talks about Arrow Theory. It converts in 1 day. If it converts in 1 day, do you need a 7-day boot camp? No. So if it converts in 1 day, why would you need to spend 5.6K on a boot camp? Right? Yeah, it's still the same. Blacks are still second. Latinos moved down 1 because of the border crisis. Everything else is still the same. Asians are still 1 out of 10. Bencho Indians are still 2 out of 10. And also, like, whitewash Indians is still 4 out of 10. Short blacks are still 2 out or 3 out of 10. So, because they have no protector status.
Hola, mi gentes. My name is Mateo.
Okay, hold on a second. Okay.
I'm elite, and I want to share my testimonial.
Ah, fuck, I gotta censor this part too. Censor this part too, right? At this timeline. I gotta fucking, you see, that's a problem. You gotta really censor their names and stuff too. Sometimes you forget. So I have to go back and fucking cut these things out a little bit. Because I keep fucking, okay, I just go past that.
For anyone considering hiring him as a coach, I want to say that John Elite taught me completely online. No physical boot camp was necessary. I'll also let you know that he's 100% worth it. If you follow everything that he says, then you're guaranteed to get laid. He knows what he's teaching, and he has tested everything. Missing details that he gives you will affect your results. He's really that great, and I have to thank him for his patience, as well as the criticism I received for doing things my way. I made a lot of dumb mistakes, but I applied.
Yeah, I mean, he made a lot of dumb mistakes, right? Latinos, the Latino fuck behavior.
John Elite's advice, and I've had way more success than any other coach that I've tried. I just got a same-day lay in New York City yesterday with day game, and I'm pretty happy right now. I slept with one of the most attractive girls I've ever been with. I met her in Manhattan, and we had a great time. The girl had lots of objections and trust issues.
Yeah, I already showed the lay pic earlier of his lay. I just got to make sure it's properly censored, but I think it'll be fine. So
It took me time, but I was able to overcome everything with the help of John Elite. Living in New York City and doing day game can be one of the most difficult and unforgiving cities to try day game if you don't know what you're doing. Most advice you hear is absolute garbage online, and I say that with no exact.
yeah, why is it garbage? Opinions is facts. You got to sexualize it. You got DHV. Shut the fuck up.
I've tried RSD advice as well as UMP advice. RSD has been absolute dog shit in my experience, just to be honest with you.
Yeah, exactly.
I've tried RSD advice as well as
RSD.
UMP advice. RSD has been absolute dog shit in my experience, just to be honest with you. UMP gave me slightly better advice, just a little bit enough to flirt and sexualize moments with women better, but they're really mediocre, to be honest. You'd be wasting your time.
He basically, with UMP, he banged like 3 out of 10s. All their students, right? They're like, oh, they got a few lays here and there, right? They're all banging like fucking 3 out of 10s. This is not. Let's be real here. All 3s and 4s, sexualizing it, and they always have like some tall, good-looking white guys as stands because they're tall, good-looking white guys. And UMP's instructor, the Filipino guy, was my student. I taught him after 150 lays that he joined the company. So therefore, I actually empowered UMP by accident. But my student left. But he's really good. I think he's amazing. But he's using Johnny Elite's skill. How the fuck does a company empower themselves saying, oh, it works for little Asians? It doesn't work for little Asians. That's why he came to me. I empowered the company by accident. I didn't ask him to join the company. I just taught him how to be good at day game. 150 lays later. And then, here's the problem with these UMP guys. First of all, I think the UMP instructors are nice people. They've been very respectful to me. I'm not bashing them or anything in a bad way. I just don't think their courses work for low SMV people. They worship UMP. They get 0 lays. They come to Johnny Elite. They finally get laid. And they go back and they suck the dicks off of UMP. They love the tall white man, big, muscular, burly bodies, and their tall white SMV face and their SMV hairstyle. They cannot stop worshiping the white man. These Asians, these Indians, they have to go back and suck off UMP, right? They got to deep throat UMP as hard as possible. This guy just banged 3, 3, 3, 3. It's like, what the fuck? It's just some. Wherever released the anti-aging thing? No, only me and Marco knows. Another Latino student, I let him learn it because he wants to learn it. I'm only gonna let 3 people in the world know. I'm gonna keep the secret to myself. So I'm gonna be young forever. So me, Marco, and the other guy. But we're not gonna share it with the public. This is like stuff using Jeff Bezos' $80 billion lab. There's another guy called Brian something that's trying to spend $2 million a year reversing his age. He's 45. But he looks exactly like he's in his 40s. However, for me, I'm not saying my age, right? I'm not going to say my age, but I look like I'm in my 20s. Except for the white hairs here. Just ignore that. But I still look like I'm in my 20s. Some people early 20s, mid or late. But no, that information is top secret. If I release this information out there, it's worth billions. So why the fuck will you know? So Jeff Bezos' lab is called Altos Lab. One of my students worked for Altos. $80 billion lab research. So I'm using the compounds of that lab. Marco is too. We are not sharing this with the public because Jeff Bezos paid $80 billion so I can look like this and age backwards. I did not alter my genes, no. But I alter my epigenetic clock. On the inside, we have epigenetic clock. That means our real age and also our genes like have a special number for age. So if I get the blood test and DNA test, the student can look at it. He's a biotech engineer. I can actually see my epigenetic age too. It'll age backwards. That's why every single year, like 2 years ago, I look much older than now. Next year, I'm going to look younger than here. The next year after that, I'm going to look another year younger. It's going backwards by around 8 years. So just keep watching. I'm going to age even further backwards. Eventually, it's going to be 8 years backwards. Will I teach this to the public? No. None of you have the right to know. The fountain of youth. Because Marco has a lot of fucking wrinkles, right? And he's always every single day complaining about wrinkle this, wrinkle that, wrinkle. Oh no, what should you think about a wrinkle? A guy put some concealer on his fucking wrinkles. Wrinkle this, wrinkle. Marco, shut the fuck up. Let me teach you how I'm keeping so young. And I taught him. But yeah, I refuse to age. I refuse to age. I'm not going to age. I age backwards. I'm going to age backwards. So. All right, let's continue.
I'm investing in anything other than John Elite's coaching. John Elite has an arrow theory system which works. His system involves maneuvering, sexualizing, and objections looping. John Elite will really show you how to overcome every obstacle with his system. I purchased the Elite bundle, and I also purchased Inner Circle access as well.
So I let this Latino in the inner circle, but nobody else gets to be there. He had to earn my trust just to be able to be there. So you're like, John, I want to join the inner circle. No, none of you here gets to join the inner circle. I choose. But John, please no. The inner circle has more information. There's over 150 hours worth of coaching in the inner circle. This is like Elite Bundle 2, this is like Elite Playbook 2, Elite Playbook 3, Elite Playbook 4, Elite Playbook 5, Elite Playbook 6 worth of information in the inner circle. Oh, I want that, John. I want that. No, fuck you. All this stuff I'm teaching you, you're only learning like fucking 10% on YouTube Live. You're still learning a great deal. You're still getting like the bronze. The silver, right? And my products, you're still getting laid with it. It's fine. The gold stuff for 3MP, Kaizen, Inner Circle, they're all kept from you. This is why these guys are getting so much crazy lays, because they have the inner circle advantage. They know about all the new stuff. I'm basically censoring most of my games so you guys and other dating coaches cannot figure me out so I can get all the lay testimonials. I shouldn't even release arrow theory. This is our secret in the inner circle. This is not for the public. That's why I'm never going to talk about it in detail here. Arrow theory is top secret. So basically, I'm not sure what we said about Top Doctor, but yeah, Jeff Bezos' lab, thank you. Right? Altos lab, $80 billion of Jeff Bezos' own money spent to build that lab. Is the reason why I'm going to look younger and younger. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you.
Circle is worth it to speed up your results. I used John Elite's fashion, and that alone was powerful enough for me to hook more women. And
about 175 or 180 bucks. But every student pay yearly. Nobody wants to leave. They beg to come back. That's how good it is. They beg. If they don't have a lot of money, they'll beg. Please extend it. Please don't kick me out. Please don't kick me out of heaven. Don't kick me out of heaven, John. But none of you get to join. You all are fucking like unenlightened. They get all the advantages. You get none. They have the secret sauces. You get nothing. I do not smoke and I do not drink because I'll fuck up your skin in your. So I take nootropics, but I don't do anything else. I don't do any hard drugs, no marijuanas, no DMTs, no like ayahuasca, none of that shit. They're not kicked out permanently, but if they're not like performing up to par and they're mediocre at day game and they're unteachable cases, I'll not let them renew. But if they're really seriously have money problems, I may let them rejoin later on. So he's part inner circle, right? Which student are you of mine in the inner circle? Don't say, like, just give me a hint. Give me a hint. Or just text me on the WhatsApp. Which student are you? How okay, so for prime time 2, right? The inner circle compared to this, right? While I'm teaching on YouTube Live, right? What percentage of YouTube Live? I know you guys are learning a great deal, right? More than anything you've ever learned before from any other dating coach out there. Even more than their stupid fucking tactics. What percentage am I teaching here, like, versus the inner circle? What percentage of the inner circle of here did I teach here compared to inner circle? Is this 5%? Is this 10%? Is this 20%? Tell them, prime time. What percentage? I'm waiting. 5%. 5%. If that's only 5%, and I'm talking about aero theory, you guys are really missing out on the other 95%. Like, John, we want that. No. No matter how much you want to pay me, even $1 million, I will not let you join. That's not fair. You can't keep this. You're not supposed to know. This is a secret society. You're not supposed to know. Prime time gets to know. I'm not sure which student texts me. Who are you, prime time? Yeah, exactly. He knows at the end of the month. So you already know the scheduling. But you get the point. Yeah, aero theory is going to be at the end of the month. We're going super detailed. It's going to be super, super detailed down to everything. And in the next class. Yeah, text me on the Facebook, on the messenger, and say, hi, this is prime time. So I know which one are you. But yeah, so this Latino is part of it.
City. I also applied John's advice to whitewash myself as much as possible. And after making the right adjustments, I've had way more success.
All right. Let me see. There's a message, right? Oh, okay. Yeah, I know. You lost your virginity under my coaching. So, in the inner circle and mental trauma. Yeah, I know who you are now, okay? Okay, no problem. So, yeah, now I know who you are. But they are only learning like 5%, these fucking zombies, right? They're only learning 5%. But what the 5% gives them so much information, but that's it. They ain't learning shit. The products compared to inner circle is quite a big difference too. I know all of you want to join here, right? But none of you will get to join, except the students that earn the right to join. I hope you renew prime time. Eventually, right? You'll run out around September. So that's right, around 3 to 5%. You're like, holy. So Johnny Lee is keeping all this secret alien tech away from you guys. You want to see another alien tech? Mental trauma cure. I've not posted the sales letter yet. Do you know there's another student that gone through mental trauma cure has 100% success rate? Prime time, you've been through mental trauma cure, right? Does it work? Does it get rid of all your mental trauma? He's been through it. You guys been seeing this mental trauma program has 100% success rate. Talk about mental trauma cure. Yes, it does. Exactly. It literally wipes out all their old mental trauma. So I'm going to look at one of the students here who just went through mental trauma cure. I won't show you his face because I haven't censored his testimonial yet. I did censor, actually. I uploaded a censored version. It's so much cheaper than your average therapist. Yeah, average therapist is $18K. So if you guys want to stick around, and then, all right, here's the mental trauma cure. You find a testimonial. Oh, I think he just sent in my Google Drive, and also sent a censored version to my other Latino student. So let me show you the censored version. Hopefully you don't see the name of the student.
Hello. So today, this video, I'm just gonna tell you I'm so happy today. And I just...
Do you remember this student, the guy in 3MP that banged a white girl and he tied her up after 2 weeks? That's him. He started to use his 3MP's mental trauma cure. They're very cheap, and John works with you a typical whole day, even takes 10 hours. Yeah, in 10 hours, I can knock out your mental trauma. Just like aero theory can knock out all the problems with your day game, right? If you can pull aero theory, it's always about solutions here. Do you understand why other dating coaches, the sociopaths, it's always the long treatment, right? Because it means more money. I make less money, but I get more students. It's gonna be 100% success rate. Listen.
I felt the happiest I've been for like the longest time ever. And that's because I took Johnny Lee's mental trauma program. So a bit about myself.
So if the guy says, "Oh, all your testimonials sound the same," whatever. No, I finally censored. I didn't have time to censor any other testimonials. This was the only one that I had time to censor, and I did a shitty job with it too. But I didn't get all of his eyebrows. I have to. There's no fucking time to censor this shit. But listen, stick around, right? If you're interested, that any program Johnny Elite creates always works. Pretty smart guy. You don't realize how smart I am. Yeah. Be careful, I'm getting a lot of sweat on it. So Richard Mill. See? Richard Mill. See? It says it right here, Richard Mill. So you actually know what this watch is? That's cool. Press these buttons. Fuck. Yeah, I didn't think anybody would know what that is. Let me put it aside. I want to make sure I don't break it or nothing. Right.
Okay. I initially joined John's program for the 3MP stuff, so the day game stuff, and basically that worked. And within 2 weeks, he got me laid through day game with a white chick, and yeah, I was just impressed. You know, he gets stuff done. And so I took a break. I took like a 1 year break because after that, I'm like, okay.
So he already banged the white girl. So you can see all the testimonials are real. And this student, like he's already like fucking banged that white girl. He tied her up. Remember when you look at the testimonial on the cover, you're like, well, what the fuck? Even the lay pic, it still, you know, it still show up on the thumbnail. So good job. He was with her for 4 months and she had to leave afterwards. You know, because her family's poor and they moved out. But that was his fuck buddy, a white girl for 4 months.
Okay, sure, I'm to go on with my life. But then what happened was that my parents contacted me. And if you know anything about, you know, Asian families, you know.
Asian parents, Indian parents, they're all fucking crazy. Narcissistic psychos who love to control you because they're dark tetrad. You're their retirement plan. You're their investment. You know that, right? Executive, you know that.
Well, a lot of parents seem to trade their kids. So basically, like, them contacting me just brought PTSD to me. You know?
Oh, shit.
Every time I saw a message from them, I was like
triggered.
Like I felt like vomiting.
Yeah.
I felt like all this PTSD, all the emotional trauma, all the like, because they used to spank me when I was a kid, and it used to be always grades. You gotta get good grades. You know, you don't get good grades.
All the Indians and Chinese knows exactly what he's talking about. This is how we all grew up, except I wasn't hit because I fought back against my dad. So then he never even tried to do anything like that again. That's all I'm going to say.
No, good enough for the family type shit, you know? And so all that memory, all those memory came back because they were trying to come and visit me in the US.
Oh, shit.
And I
see, it's like, oh, you're part of the retirement plan. It's like, stop sending money back to your Indian parents, guys. Stop fucking helping your Indian parents. You are forced to be good at school so you can become their, you know, retirement plan. Fuck that.
Couldn't deal with it. All day I was just molding for it. So I contacted John Elite because he was promoting a lot of his mental trauma stuff. And I saw that other people had took it and it was pretty good, and I definitely needed it. I definitely needed all that trauma because I had a lot from my parents. I needed all that trauma out of my brain so I could function normally again, so that I could go about my daily life without molding.
Hey, prime time, right? You went through the mental trauma cure, but you're also Indian yourself, right? Are all the like testimonials, if you're still there, right? Are they all real? Because you see the inner circle. I tag the students. Tell everybody, because you're the one who has the inner access to the inner circle, right? Tell them. Okay, if you're still there. Yeah, it is. So every single late testimonial that you've seen is all real. None of it is fake. We even tag the student's name and we uncensor or lightly censor it. Is that correct? Primetime. No, this is not primetime. He's just a part of Inner Circle. So he gets to see all the late testimonials of the students. We even tag them. So you saw everything. You saw the guy like 10 fuck buddies. You saw the 52-year-old man there. You saw everything in there, primetime. I have my own testimonial. He has that too. Yeah. So basically, is all the late testimonials that I have primetime, are they all real? Yes, every student has a testimonial for the mental trauma care. I'm also talking about day game. Is all the late testimonials real for the day game? Because whenever a student gets late from the Inner Circle, we post it in front of everyone and we tag them. Is that correct? This program has 100% success rate for mental trauma care. Yes, 100% success rate. Primetime was one of the testimonials. You're like, how do you create this shit, John? Yes. Tell them directly in their words, not just yes. Yes is all right. Just tell them. It's not like I'm telling you to say this or texting you. Tell them everything. All the students, you know who they are, right? All the late testimonials, the faces censored. You've seen them all. Type it in and just let them know. Because even though I may cut the text out a little bit, right? Because I have to cut out I accidentally show the student's face. If I cut out this video, you may not see the text, but I can still read it out there for primetime. Tell them. Not just yes, tell them, like, is it all real? Because somebody earlier on says, like, oh, what's the biggest difference between your day game and other coaches? Well, the biggest difference is that I have 581 late poll testimonials and they have 2. They're delusional. My stuff actually works. That's the big difference. Hope that answers your question. Because they're all delusional sociopaths. Opinions as facts. Does that make sense? Because they have these 10 traits of sociopathy. They can never get another student laid, like Ratmer's Ben King. They're all charming. Like, they have charm. They're spontaneous and intense. And, they do crazy shit. They're incapable of feeling guilt, shame, and remorse. They invent outrageous lies about their experience. They seek to dominate, win at all cost. Sociopaths are highly intelligent. I don't think so. Sociopaths are incapable of love. Sociopaths speak poetically on their videos. Sociopaths never apologize. They're never wrong. They'll never feel guilt. They can never apologize. Even if shown proof they're wrong, they still refuse to apologize instead of going on the attack. For example, primetime might tell you about the Inner Circle, and they might still deny it in their mind because they have to win at all costs, and they have opinions as facts. I don't even know what he just wrote right now. I'm going to read it out loud, okay? But they'll still deny it in their mind because they're always right. They're delusional. And lastly, sociopaths are delusional, literally believe what they say becomes the truth. The other dating coaches are all like that. Let's read what primetime had to say, okay? Okay. In case I had to cut out and the text get cut out, I'll read it word for word. All of the students who took that program, we all see the testimonials on the Inner Circle, and those are the real life students, okay? They are a total of 30 students as of right now in the Inner Circle, and all of them have testimonials. So this is an elite bunch of people, isn't it? So yeah, that's the thing. There's 30 members right now. So I already kicked out like 3 recently, so around 33, but it's all real. There's no limits. It's just I don't let most people join. It's always been around 30, more or less. More people join, more people get kicked out of there. It's like heaven. I'm more comfortable around like 30 or 33 or something like that. Every single month, I teach them in a group coaching. We cover a topic everyone's struggling with, and they get asked questions and stuff. And then they also get the testimonials of the other students, so they get motivated. Some students get really motivated while others get really depressed when they see their peers laid. So it depends if they're unteachable cases or not. But that's just how it works. So what's the... Well, if she's not responding to your text, right? Maybe she just saw you as a fuckboy. That's what you're dressed as, and you're stuck. So therefore, she didn't see you have any other value for the 6 frames. You didn't fit into the boyfriend-girlfriend frame. You did not fit into the husband material. You did not fit into the high status frame, daddy daughter frame, or the friend zone frame. So she just ghosts you and says, fuck it. And she probably feels guilty because your SMV is probably not this highest, Chris. So we all have testimonials, all the students in Inner Circle. Whatever program you choose with Johnny Elite, you'll get results. That's what Primetime wrote. It's true. Hopefully one is kicked out soon so the space opens up. You're not going to be there, executive. Nobody's going to let you join. You're from India. It's so secretive. We don't trust, like, these people's identity. They know each other. They're literally trusting me with their protection of their identity. That's why I have to censor all the testimonials very carefully. But I don't censor it over there. I still show their name and their face. I just don't have time in the Inner Circle. Primetime is from India. I'm not sure. Were you born here or are you born in India? I think he's born from India, but he moved to the United States.
Hello. So today this U.S. and I couldn't deal with it. All day I was just molding for it. So I contacted John Elite because he was promoting a lot of his mental trauma stuff, and I saw that other people had took it and it was pretty good, and I definitely needed it. I definitely needed all that trauma.
No, you need to be able to stand and fight, use arrow theory, get laid in your own country before you do this passport bro shit. Don't do this passport bro shit that like Asians, they always are passport bros in Latin countries because they haven't got their game down. And most people from ABCs of low self-esteem or insecure attraction company, they don't even fucking get laid in day game. Mystery method. Derivative. They have 0 late testimonials in 2022, 0 in 2023. So you got to be careful which coach you choose. So it's not just because they're Asian, they're going to be good. Only Johnny Elite's good among the Asian dating coaches for day game. Nobody else. So I live in the United States my whole life. No, there's plenty of Indians in the Inner Circle. They're actually flooded with Indians. Am I right, Primetime? There's a lot of Indian students in there. Quite a few. Am I right, Primetime? I was born in India, but lived in the United States my whole life. I don't even sound Indian. Latinos think I'm Mexican. I don't have an Indian accent. People say I have a white country accent. Okay? But let him tell, Primetime, is there a lot of Indian students in the Inner Circle? Or am I just some racist fuck that doesn't allow them to join? Tell them. It's not a positive stereotype to have an Indian accent. Primetime, tell him. Yeah, there's a lot of Indians in the Inner Circle. So John's not racist. John treats the Indian students in the Inner Circle like their family. Like the most important students of all. I just don't treat the bench holds out there important. I treat the people in Inner Circle like family. The Indians there are all treated like family.
So I had a lot from my parents. I needed all that trauma out of my brain so I could function normally again. So that I could go about my daily life without molding and just, having a mental spasm whenever my parents contacted me. Because whenever my parents would contact me, I'm just like, I hate this shit. I couldn't focus at all. So yeah, I contacted John Elite, and he basically got me sorted. Not just...
No, I don't have an Indian accent. What hot girl have you known or seen? They see Indian accent are hot compared to British accents. Oh yeah. Primetime's American. Oh, that's really easy, but I cannot tell you. That's the Inner Circle secrets. This is why my students can get laid in 1 to 6 approaches. They know exactly who's gonna be a same-day lay set. But this is not something I can reveal to the public. Primetime, do not tell them.
Not just the trauma I have my parents.
Because other coaches are like, oh yeah, you need a 3-second rule. Oh, well, she has something to do, just like sales. Not everyone's right. Shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're talking about. How the fuck do my students get laid in 1 to 6 approaches during that day? In Primetime, you saw a lot of the students get laid in 1 to 6 approaches, right? Like most of them in 2022. Am I right about that? You remember? We got the black student, 5 lays. The millionaire student, don't mention his name. He got laid in 1 to 6 approaches almost every single time. You saw this guy for mental trauma cure 5 approaches, right? Prime time. The black student, like the tall guy, literally like in a very few approaches. You saw the other guy. Remember the tall white guy, the London guy with 10 fuck buddies? He was literally getting laid in one shot, one kill over and over. You saw all that. And remember the bald 52-year-old student, prime time? Laid in first approach 3 times, 21-year-old, 25, 21. He's 52. You saw that. Yeah, tall British guy, right? 8-some. No, it was a 5-some. It was great, right? Yes, I did. So he's seen all that stuff. Even the tall British white guy was in the inner circle. After he got his girlfriend, he just left. Yeah, the ball one gets everyone motivated and be ready to coach. The ball one should have everyone motivated and be ready to coach. I think what he means is that when he sees the 52-year-old bald student getting a fucking same day lay like 2 times, and the third one, number close in the first one, no flakes, and closes her, I think it's a very motivational. So prime time over here is giving you a real inside look of all the secrets that have been kept from you guys. The 52-year-old man got laid as well. He got laid 3 times. Do you remember that? The first one was that 21-year-old in Germany, like 8.5 out of 10. Then afterwards, like the other Persian chick. And then after, like 25-year-old. And she's fucking hot too. I believe I showed you. I'm not sure. I could show you the pic. And then afterwards, a 21-year-old. So, yeah, he's seen them. They all know each other. All the students know each other. So if you try to say the testimonials are fake, how can it be fake when they're all friends with each other? They know each other. They see each other's testimonials. It's the most real and legit thing in this whole day game industry. They're all, am I right, prime time? You all know each other. You're all friends with each other. And whenever one of your brothers here in inner circle gets laid, you all just like, congratulations. Yeah, man. You all know each other. That's the fucked up thing. So it's laughable when people say, oh, the testimonials must be fake. No, it's not. Idiots. So stupid.
But all the trauma I had, everything from my parents to making friends to all the social anxiety I was having to some of the insecurities I was having.
What would be a good idea? Don't tell me like letting more people join for, no, we got to protect each other's identities because all of you have the right to privacy. And I still got to censor the faces after this video is over because I accidentally showed the student's face by accident in his name too. So.
Just money and resources like that, he just got it all taken care of, and basically he sat with me for like what 11 hours.
If you want business lessons, then just join the Elite Access. If you have my courses, then I can do it there. You can ask me 2 questions a day. So all of us, okay, this is what I said. If all of us current inner circle group had a WhatsApp group and we can all help each other in certain areas, therefore we can create more testimonials. That's the thing though, because you guys don't know shit without my coaching, right? And you're putting me to have more work. I have a social skill flow drill area of the inner circle, but you have to be part of Elite Access and also inner circle. I don't think you're part of Elite Access anymore. I kicked you out. Sorry about that. But I didn't let you rejoin that, but I let you join the inner circle again. So you lost your virginity under my coaching. But if we had a group, I have to put 50 times the amount of work. And whenever we have a student that's not as strong, they bring everyone down. What about Discord groups? No, fuck that. No.
Yeah, 11 hours.
11 hours.
So basically this mental trauma cure program was with his 3MP package. So if you want to get your romance sorted out and your mind sorted out, yeah, just take it. It's worth it. It's worth every cent. Because honestly, if you go to a traditional therapy, they're just going to drag it as long as they can. Because they want every single penny they can pinch out of you. But
this has not been posted yet, believe it or not. If you go to my mental trauma page, this is not there. I just only censor. I don't even have enough time to do everything. I was just doing my fucking taxes for the last 4 days or 5 days. And then I had to teach all the students. I don't even have time to teach my other student who's like in Miami right now. I want him the same day later because other coaches are teaching there, but
he's different. He wants to get it done and you to be cured as soon as possible. So 1 day is all it takes.
Look, the blind cannot lead the blind. Johnny Elite's a leader of the inner circle. Only I understand all this stuff. All the stuff I teach you, right? You guys cannot help each other. So unless you're directly trained by me, just like before. No, you should not ask me how much is the inner circle. You're not allowed to join. You can give me $1 million. I'll say no.
And basically, after that one day, it's like my parents texted me yesterday. And before that, I was just like, holy shit, fuck.
Primetime had to beg me just to be able to come back. Yes, I did kick him out of the inner circle, but he's back in. So if that's the case, I trust Primetime. He's one of my students. Like I said, I treat the Indian students like family who are not benchholds. You have no chance of joining. No. Inner circle is great. I mean, that just is the greatest thing ever. It is the greatest thing that ever existed for day game, but it's kept out of like the public.
You know, like my brain would just.
Whenever there's women outside, you can close any of them if you knew which set to pick for same day lace. Doesn't matter. Every time is great.
Float and I'll just maul on it all day. But now they text me, I'm just like, yeah, it's fine. Yeah, you know, like all the trauma, yeah, it's gone. It's like I don't feel anything towards them no more. So his program, he basically walks you through all your memories, all your emotions. He just digs it all out. He basically makes your brain, rewires your brain to understand what's going on, and just makes you disconnect from it and move on with your life. And after taking his program, I'm ready to move on with my life. I was smiling ear to ear like I've never smiled before. And
yeah, you should see him before he's like started mental trauma cure. He was like this. He's like, John, my parents are like coming back to America or something. He was like this. He's all fucked up. He was so triggered, right? He was so fucking triggered so much, even during mental trauma cure.
The reason why John's so effective is like he's like psychic, you know? He knows exactly what.
It's kind of like you know, for the government in Harvard or I don't know, Yale, they have a skull and bone society. And you get tapped on the shoulders, right? And then you says you are able to join this secret society. It's the same thing. Even Primetime was able to be invited. I get to choose who based on your behavior when I'm coaching you guys. Very few people get selected. Usually no more than 30 people are allowed at one time. It's not like a limit, but that's what shows up. And then what gets kicked out. I have 3 more students. I kicked out 3 more. Just to keep the quality high.
Feeling. Because there was a lot of times where I didn't know what I was feeling. But he knew there was something.
Well, think about it this way. I'm not sure if you're not sure you have mental trauma, then you probably don't have it. Mental trauma is like PTSD. If you ever been like mouthed off by a girl growing up and it fucked up your life in a downward spiral, or you've been rejected so many times in half a second over and over, and then you mentally got fucked up, or you broke up with your ex-girlfriend, or your dad beats the fuck out of you, and your mom's complete fucking crazy sociopath gaslighting you, and you dealt with a lot of benchholds that backstabbed you, then you need mental trauma cure. If you're not sure if you need it, then you don't need it. This is for people that are really, 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 really fucked up. Like the upside down smiles like this. They can't smile. It's so fucking damaging to their brain. All that's gone afterwards. So you may not need it. Give it a thumbs up. You're learning a lot.
There. I was clearing my trauma. I don't know if it was all done, but he knew there was something there and he kept digging. He kept pointing me to the right direction. He was like, okay, you're feeling something. You aren't. He picks it up. He wasn't cold reading or anything. Because for most of it, he wasn't even looking at me. He was looking away from the camera. You know, he was, I don't know, typing stuff in his computer. He wasn't even looking at me. So
I was actually turning around the opposite direction and telling him exactly where all his feelings are, where he's having pain, what memory is he having, what's he feeling, where. Is this true for the Primetime too? Am I psychic when I was doing the mental trauma cure? Is Johnny Elite psychic to the point where he knew every single detail that's going on inside your mind without actually looking at you? Is this true or is this cold reading bullshit? Be honest with everybody. Primetime. Tell them the truth. Everyone. Because my students all know I'm psychic and I know every detail about their life. I can tell optioning you're very skeptical. I can feel it, but intrigued, but skeptical. I know I'm psychic. Primetime, tell them. Am I psychic or is this just delusional mental bullshit or Was this for real?
For a lot of it, he was just like feeling and just have that weird connection, like psychic connection with me, where he was like, okay, I can feel this part of your brain burning up. Something's not resolved. And we gotta dig deeper and figure out what it is. So he just kept digging and digging and pulling more of this trauma that I didn't know I have. A lot of buried memories, a lot of buried feelings. He just dragged it out. All this stuff that was in my brain affecting my subconscious, he just dragged it out and we cleared it. And after the session, I was just like, great, man. I just felt great. And like throughout the session, he was able to like see like images.
No, I mean, I already know which was the same day late before I even approach. Things you will not understand. Like Sun Tzu says, you may see the tactics that I conquer with, but you'll never understand the strategy where it's derived from.
Of the people that affected my life that I didn't know. I mean, like, I don't remember some of them, but he was able to basically like receive some sort of mental image from the universe and basically show him like, okay, yeah, this was the guy that because I was scammed. That was one of my trauma. I was scammed.
Oh yeah, one guy scammed him for all his money when he moved from Asia to the United States. He took all his money, and I was able to tell him exactly what the guy looks like, his behavior, everything.
Before, and so he was able to like see the guys.
You can ask me for the Elite Access if you have both my products. Just buy Elite Bundle too, so that way you have both my products and also the consulting for the 2 questions a day. Then you can ask me how to do this. That's $900, but it's cheaper than $11,000 from other coaches and worshipping them. So
scam me and described it perfectly to me how this guy was.
Primetime, tell them whether or not like I was psychic. They don't know.
The guy that scammed me, just like how I remember in my mind, just visually, like ingrained in my mind. This damn guy that scammed me, and he was able to tell me stuff about the guy to just make me be able to like overcome it. And he was able to pinpoint how the guy looks like and everything. So he's the real deal, man.
I even like his relatives also came through. You know how psychics, when you see on TV, there's like, oh, we have a relative coming through on this side. It's a whatever name here, and they look like this, and they have this kind of look, and then the other person's coming through too. I told him exactly what his relatives, his dead grandmother and grandfather look like too. Exactly the same face and the same hairstyle, the same personality. I've always had this ability for most of my life, so it's not new to me. I just keep it away from the public. All the psychic people you see on TV, they're all real.
And so throughout the process, it was just like digging, and just like he knows what I'm thinking. So he's just like, okay, you still have some shit to dig more. Just keep digging and neutralize it, and basically rearrange my brain to no longer be traumatized and scared about all these things. And so a lot of my social anxieties, they're gone. Like all the anxiety I have with like women and stuff, they're pretty much gone.
Good.
And like my parents, all the emotion, though that emotion that I was holding on to, they're gone now. Like my parents call me, text me, and I'm like, yeah, I forgive you. I can move on. I don't need to be held back.
Yeah, when you finish mental trauma cure, all the people that traumatize you, you don't even get triggered anymore. You almost completely forget them, like you erase them. So this program, originally, I had a bet with another Indian person. He says, you're very smart, John. Can you come up with a program for mental trauma? He says, you'll give me $2,000 United States money if I can create a program that works and get rid of his mental trauma. I won the bet. But because of this Indian person in BC, he's created a program that has healed so many people.
By all the trauma that it caused me when I was young anymore. And so, I mean, if you want your mental health sorted out, if you're depressed, because I was depressed before, if you're just like emotional, you have some emotional triggers that you know about, or like you're anxious all the time because of some unresolved trauma in your past. If you want to get your brain sorted, if you want to get your life together again, if you want to be able to move on from your past, just like learn from your past. We're not. He doesn't.
How much is his program? $1,000 right now. Primetime pay less, but the thing is that I'm gonna leave it around here so I can get more testimonials. I know it seems expensive, but you're paying $18,000 for 2 years for other psychologists. Like the other Indian guy, he paid $18,000 for 2 years, and he did not get over his mental trauma. $18,000. This is a very common story. 1K is cheaper than that. And 1K for training with me is cheaper than going to 11K for their boot camps, their 6 months to bullshittery money grab courses, and also all their fucking day game products that don't even work. It never works. It sounds like it's gonna work. The next one's gonna work. And they never fucking work. This is intentional, so they can get that 11K out of you. I like doing things for cheap. I'm Mr. Let's give them the fucking cure as fast as possible, not the long treatment. I'm the guy who likes to cut out the tumor. I don't like to do this long fucking chemotherapy for like weeks or years. And the more students that get results, they hear the testimonials. And now that you heard from Prime Time is all real, then, then you guys get it. So
he doesn't make you forget your past. He doesn't make you like ignore your past. He just helps you learn from your past, emotionally detach, and so that you can move on with your life. If you want to get that part of your life sorted, absolutely contact Johnny Lee, because he will get you results. He will get you results unlike all the traditional psychology or therapy systems.
No, do you see a parallel between the psychologists and RSD and other dating coaches? They're always about the long treatment. The long treatment equals more money. But why aren't you like that, John? I grew up as a Christian. It is not right to just fucking be a Machiavellian person. I don't have these traits. I don't have opinions as facts. If I had opinions as facts about the mental trauma care program, right? For example, this is a different field. If I had opinions as facts about psychology, right, and I say I'm right about everything, how the fuck am I getting 100% success rate so far? If I had opinions as facts as a sociopath, how? I don't. I'm not a sociopath. Whatever I'm teaching, I probably know more about psychology than most of the psychologists out there. I've been to many psychologists, many psychiatrists, many assessments. They're not smart people. They're very dogmatic. They follow exactly what's in their text. I think outside the box. Once Tony Robbins was learning NLP and then he started using it on other people and says, you're not certified, you're not allowed to use it. And he's like, fuck you. And then he moved them out of the country on a bus a little bit so he doesn't get arrested. And he did all that healing. And then I'm not saying NLP works. And then he moved back in the country. It's like, you can't arrest him. I'm sort of like that. I'm doing this outside of the psychologist industry. I'll be taking on all the psychologists in the future, calling them out on their bullshit, that everything they teach is a scam. It takes 2 years and they don't even get better. I figure out stuff that soldiers can use, especially when they have PTSD. I figure out stuff that people have been physically beaten up by their parents can use. I figure out something that can help you get rid of really bad mental traumas, breaking up with your ex-girlfriend, or other things that happen to you. So, there's a lot of psychological methods. I don't want to get into it, but it has like over like 8 or 9 steps in a row. So, like more than half of it is traditional psychology or stuff, but I don't use CBT or cognitive behavioral therapy. It's because that's talk therapy. That's like the RSD of therapy. It doesn't work because what they do in CBT or cognitive behavioral therapy is that every belief you have, right? Like a sociopath, opinion is facts, right? They'll ask you the question. So what makes you think that belief is accurate, right? And then you try to explain to them. And he says, are you really sure? So they unstabilize that. And then they say, how does that make you feel? And that's venting. And they repeat the same thing and they collect the money. Okay, so what makes you think that, right? Are you sure about that? How does that make you feel? And then they give you a suggestion. And then they do that again. So what about this one? What makes you think this is correct? How does that make you feel? Talk about it. Sometimes they give suggestions. None of it works. It's all bullshit. You've given them the authority, just like dating coaches. You have given them the authority. These sociopaths, these Infields, these products, you have given them 11K per coach because you listen to the wrong people. They all have the same objectives, whether it's all about authority over the sheeps. So sheeps need to worship. My students are enlightened. They get it. They understand this mental trauma cure thing. And they're like, yes, it's going to work. And it does work. 100%.
He will get you results within 1 day.
One fucking day. Who the fuck can do that? If you can get rid of your mental trauma in 11 hours or 10 hours, who is that smart to create a program like that? It's impossible for most people. They think this is impossible. I should win the Nobel Peace Prize for this. One day, not 2 years.
And he will work with you until he gets your results. That I can guarantee, because he's that kind of guy, and he has this special like psychic ability to basically tell you and figure out where your traumas lie, and basically know when it's actually cleared.
Oops. Oh, here's the lay pick. I accidentally showed this by accident. Okay. Okay. I covered the guy's name. Hopefully, covered most of the pics. There's no. You can see a body, but not nudity. But it's all real. That's the recent New York student. Hey John, I've officially broken my dry spell. That's good, day game. Yes, make a video testimonial then. Congrats. She's cute. Whatever, very westernized, has a decent body. That's good. She's above look skills than before. I mean, UMP shit. Definitely. And try to get a better pick possibly tomorrow. That beats your old UMP training then. Good job. Make a video testimonial. She was objecting like a motherfucker. Arrow theory. But I taught you arrow theory. And then he tagged 100%. Now I'm able to connect more deep with her, have empathy, and address her concerns. You join the inner circle, and all that goes against UMP advice. He put, thanks for the help, John. Next girl I want is a white girl, since your other students, they don't believe in comfort, that's what I said, or dealing with objections. He says, your other students have done it. And I put Marco. That's right. The Latinos trained by me can do it. Only me. Right? And he tagged one of the things. Yeah, I noticed how important it is. This girl was really on the fence about sleeping with me. This created a conversion, arrow theory. He wrote, her parents are harassing her on the phone. I believe that the whitewash tonality, I don't want to say the name of what he practiced, helped a lot with facial expressions and being more present, having more empathy mostly. I put whitewash tonality. That gives you points for emotions. Remember my 20 out of 35 chart? I need to work on my projection since I'm too quiet at times, is what he said. Also, what do you have to say to the UMP people? Lots of lower SMV guys can't make it work. So, and anyways, I'm going to continue spending more time with this girl and enjoy the moment. She's cool, and I have to thank you a lot for your patience as a coach. My Latino mindset fucked me up. And then he put for real, tagging something. I put, who's the best day game coach in the world? And then he put Johnny Elite. And then he put this sort of like emoji. And I said, enjoy your victory. So, let's see. That's very easy, right? Just have sex with her again. And then start seeing her more throughout the week. And eventually she's going to say, oh, what are we, right? And then, boyfriend and girlfriend. Then you got it. Easy. So, yeah, I mean, I cover a lot of what I want to cover. Maybe we can, for the mental trauma cure, I recently posted a testimonial on YouTube. Do you remember this one? So here's the new logo, mental trauma cure.
Hi there. I'm one of John Elite's 3 MP students.
This was before he got laid. Remember how he got 5 fucking lays in a row? I only posted 2, the guy from Toronto. So this one, right, is the only one I posted on YouTube. I got so many.
And just a bit of background about myself. I'm from Toronto. I'm Asian, half Chinese, half Vietnamese. And my background is that I'm a...
You see how fucking monotone he sounds? He's an engineer. He was so fucking monotone. The students learn how to speak like a white guy. So for example, if you really want to speak like a white guy, I can actually change my tonality and sound exactly like a white person. You wouldn't even be able to tell by not looking at my face that I'm not a white person if I start learning how to speak like this, because that's the thing. I teach the students how to switch to this tonality, and they bang white girls and they bang like stuff. Like this student banged a white girl when he stopped being monotone, like Todd Valentine. Like, what the fuck, man? John's voice changed. Yeah, because my students all train in that.
A logical person, and I work as an engineer. And in my culture, as a Chinese person, we tend to keep all the problems to ourselves. ourselves. We're always focused on our education, our school, so we don't have much time to commit to relationships. And you also know that Chinese are quite cheap, so I also had these problems growing up. And in terms of dating and relationships, I first got into it through RSD, so I am an RSD victim, and I followed that for quite a bit without much results. And somewhere along the way, I realized I stumbled upon John Leeds, and saw that he had lots of student testimonials for people like me, minorities. So I decided to reach out to him, and I became.
So if you want to speak louder, you have to practice breathing. So if you hear my voice right now, it's already quite loud. But if I did this breathing pattern, I hold it, I count. And then out. And again. Hold. Listen to my voice, it'll change. Out. I'll just do one more set. All right, now that I'm starting to speak, you see how loud I am naturally speaking? Because when I work on my tonality, automatically the rest of the YouTube live is going to be super loud. It's not because I'm trying to be louder, because my lung capacity has improved a lot. So that's how you can make your voice louder without trying to do it on purpose. Hope that kind of makes sense. I know it's fucked up, but it's like a bagpipe, right? The diaphragm is still the same for the bagpipe. It's just that you have a lot more air in your lungs.
One of his 3MP students. And the first part of the training was to go through mental trauma training, which means we go through all the trauma that you have in your past, which includes just anything like life trauma, relationships, money, any sort of past mistakes or regrets that you have. And we clear all of it out. So we went through that training online through Skype, and in total we spent about 10 hours talking through each of my main traumas.
10 hours. So the other guy, 11 hours, him 10 hours.
Trying to completely scrub it out of my brain. And the training was very detailed. There's a step-by-step process that John follows, which is very well structured, and it's very efficient compared to when you go out to see a therapist. They tend to drag it on very long and not often, and often don't give you the results that you're looking for. But the way that John Lee does it, it's very efficient and it saves time. We went through each of my traumas, we got to the root of the problems, and
Well, it's hard to tell because this microphone, it has a limiter. That means if I speak louder, it's not going to be able to detect that. So, but it is a tiny bit louder. It's about like 15% louder than usual. So if I can turn off the limiter right now so you can hear what it sounds like, okay? Let me unlock the program for the microphone, okay? So hard limiter. I'll turn it off right now. So this is my voice right now. It might sound like way louder than before. I'm not sure if the limiter, you can hear it, but it is going to be like a lot louder. It's going to be more annoying, obnoxious. So my microphone software is able to actually change the voice. I'm just speaking normally after 3 breaths. So it should be a lot louder and really annoyingly loud. Hope that makes sense. Now I'm going to turn on the limiter again. Otherwise, it's going to fuck up your ears. Let me turn back on. Let me lock it. Okay. There you go. Now you cannot hear the difference because the limiter always limits to a certain amount of that you can hear. So that way it doesn't fuck up the microphone or fuck up the YouTube. Hope that makes sense. Right now, it should sound about the same, but before it go much higher if the limiter was off. But it should be a little bit different. So, anyways.
Hold out all the emotions, all the negativity, all the pain from deep inside me. As I was speaking about all the traumas, I could feel all of it like through my body and my head, and he helped me completely release them. And I can say without a doubt that it works 100%. So now that all that past pain from projections, from past relationships, from poor life choices, all those regrets, all that guilt, all that negative emotions is gone, I can strictly focus on moving forward so that I can approach in day game with mental clarity. So I just want to say thanks again, John, for this program. It has completely erased all my mental trauma, and now I'm ready to go out and move forward with my life and make approaches and meet women.
That's the thing. He never made a single approach yet at this time. But you look at his future, right? He got fucking 5 lays in a row. All in 1 to 6 approaches, every single one. Same hairstyle as all my students. Same fashion. Same pants. Same everything. Success leaves clues. Husband material frame equals faster lay. They can deny all they want, saying, oh, you don't want to be a provider. It's not a provider. Husband material. Every woman wants to get married one day. Usually she'll have 10 boyfriends. They'll all be tall white guys or tall guys, like 6'2". The first boyfriend she has is going to be a short guy from high school. The rest are going to be like 6'2" or 6'3", every single one. You don't have a chance to be her boyfriend if you're short. But if you're husband material, you skip the line because every woman wants to get married. Why didn't you fucking think of that? Because you listen to all the other delusional coaches. That's just one of the testimonials for mental trauma. A lot of them I have not even posted yet. I want to make this the biggest program in terms of mental trauma and take on the world. So if you guys have mental trauma out there and you really are stuck and your smiles like this, and you've been beaten up by your dad and you've been really fucked up, you got bench-old parents and then try, take mental trauma cure. So let's see, Johnny Elite. See, my website shows up on Google. Yeah, sometimes it shows up, sometimes it doesn't. It's kind of fucked up. So johnnyelite.com. Make sure you check out my website once in a while. I haven't seen you guys there as much. So additional courses. Mental oh fuck, I kind of moved mental trauma cure out of this by accident. I fucked it up. Most popular. Oh, it's right here. So excuse me real quick. I have a question. I was looking for a place called Zara. Do you know where I can find it? Oh yeah, just Zara's. Go down the street. You'll pass New York and Wall Street. It's right over there. Okay. Oh, by the way, I just noticed something about you. Oh, what do you notice? I just noticed that, you're wearing yoga pants and you have this yoga mat with you. Are you like one of those spiritual yogis? I wouldn't say I'm spiritual, but definitely a yogi. Huh? Hey, I know that people don't talk to each other in New York very often, but don't worry, I'm a very nice guy. I'm a social butterfly. I just want to get to know you. Oh, okay. And then just start talking. Supermarket. Excuse me real quick. I have a question. Do you know where the vegetable section is? I just can't seem to find it. Oh, just go down over there. It's just right in the middle. But... Oh, by the way, I just noticed something about you. What? You have like a lot of vegetables and a lot of nuts, right? Are you into that Mediterranean diet? Oh, yeah, I'm definitely into that paleo diet, whatever. Hey, I know that people don't talk to each other in the supermarket and we're holding everyone up, but don't worry. Maybe let's walk together, right? So that way we won't annoy others. Okay, sure. Yeah, my name is John. Get it? Opens everybody, 100%. If you don't have this opener and you go direct, you cannot have that 1 in 6 approaches to LA. Let's continue. Mental trauma cure. Let's play some of the testimonials. Might as well. This guy's from Vancouver, about to commit suicide. Then he took the mental trauma cure and saved his life. So hopefully there's a fast forward button.
Guys, how are you guys all doing today? So in today's video, I will be making a testimonial for John Elite's mental trauma cure program.
I'll go a little bit faster.
So a little bit about myself. I am Chinese Canadian, currently living in the Vancouver area. And ever since I was little, I had very neglectful grandparents who did not instill that much discipline in me. And as a result of that, I was constantly misbehaving in elementary school and was labeled a troublemaker. My mom and dad would constantly criticize me 24/7. They would compare me to kids that they felt are perceived to be.
Yeah, the reason why they do that is because the parents is very narcissistic. Same with Indian parents and also Chinese parents. They're like, oh, but the other person, their son is doing this. He's a doctor. What about you? To like protect my image. Everything is like a fucking circus. They want to protect their image. Like, what would the other people think? That's a sociopath. They always wear a mask of sanity. That's why they're more intense underneath the mask. So the charming thing about the sociopath, right? Remember that? Sociopaths are charming. They have a high charisma. It's just a mask of a sociopath. They always wear a mask. So his parents are wearing a mask. And so Indian parents and also this Chinese guy, they always have the same fucking type of parents, controlling parents. They want you to like take care of their retirement plan. You're their retirement plan. You're there to protect their image. You're their investment. You're not even human.
Be better. And they would blame me all the time for making their reputation look bad. This as a whole just led me to internalize many of those beliefs. And even till before I joined John Lee's program, I would feel completely dead inside, like I didn't even have any directions in life. And as you probably heard from John's concepts, having a shitty mindset because of all the trauma that you have will probably lead to nowhere. And that was kind of exactly what I've experienced and seen. Because of all the trauma that I've had prior inside me,
Just ignore that.
it was hard for me to really socialize with others on a deep level. And people would people would kind of avoid me sometimes or look at me in a weird way because of all the weird vibes or the wrong vibes that was
Yeah, all that's fixed. And he got his first job right here in BC. He was about to commit suicide before the end of the year. Now he has a job under my training and he's making money. He's happier than ever.
Off. And with the help of John Elite, he was able to really not only take out all the trauma, but also instill new understandings or new beliefs into my head that made me definitely more confident, but also a lot more calmer these days. And every time when I go out or when I go to see my parents, those same stimuli in the past where it used to trigger kind of resentment or
yeah, remember how I said that you won't be triggered anymore by the people that traumatized you? Yeah, I found a way to do that. No matter how much you try to get traumatized, they cannot get re-traumatized. Amazing, right?
or anger or being scared of it have now just completely turned into meaningless things. And that was one of the reasons why I was so happy to have taken John's mental trauma care program. Now,
you may think this is not related to day game, but I think it is because if you have too much trauma, it can show up in your face too. And women don't like that. On top of that, it can make you not smile properly. Your vibe would not be as vibrant. Hope that makes sense. Like I said, I don't think that you need this, but if you live in India, you probably have a lot of mental trauma. But because your Indian parents, if they're very like hostile and controlling, but most Indians are used to mental trauma. Like literally, the whole India is like it's like a giant trash can. No offense, but it's like a giant trash can. Everybody's so shitty that in terms of behavior, you guys are all used to it. Everyone's scamming each other. Call centers here, rape over there. It's just like this is your new normal. For us in the West, we don't actually, you know, it's different than over there than it's over here. So try to move out of the country if you can. When you finally move to a different country, then you realize some people don't internalize mental trauma because the interpretation that they have, right, also can determine the mental trauma. 100 years ago, the same thing that would traumatize people today may not traumatize people 100 years ago. Is interpretation. But the wrong interpretation can create a downward spiral. You have the wrong beliefs about it after the situation happens, and then it'll have a consequence in your life. You know, for him, he just doesn't trust anybody. He thinks everyone's going to screw him over. This guy. He thinks like he's always going to get compared and always yelled at. He's so triggered, he can barely even do anything.
For those of you guys who are on the edge or who are planning to go see a therapist, please don't. Because not only is John's product more effective and efficient than a therapist, his product also costs far less. And what makes John's product so effective is that John is able to take all the golden nuggets from all the therapy types and add his very own unique steps into it. And with all those steps combined together,
actually none of the therapies by itself works, but in the right sequence and combination, along with my stuff, it works.
Able to get rid of your trauma from within 5 to 10 hours. And when you contrast this to going to see a therapist.
Remember the other sociopath earlier was like, oh, all the testimonials were like, fuck you. This guy's about to kill himself. I saved his life. These are all real people. You can hear real pain in his fucking voice. First job ever. Finally, decent job too.
Or seeing a therapist. Not only are you going to be spending far more money down the road, it will also take multiple sessions to even get rid of just one mental trauma that you've had in life. So I just want to thank John for getting rid of all the trauma, making me feel more happier and calmer, and just breathing a new life into me. For those of you guys that are curious about how the program will work, essentially what you and John will be doing is that you guys will be talking to each other face to face on Skype, and you will be telling him about all of the traumas that you currently have that are bothering you with life.
Yeah, so basically, before you start, I make you make a big list of 10 mental traumas, the major ones, right? Before we even start, we get through all of them. That's why it takes 10 hours. It takes averagely about 1 hour or 1 hour and a half for each.
And for each of the trauma, you'll be going through a 6 or 7 step process, which will first involve you telling him the story of how the trauma started and some of the consequences and associated feelings along with that trauma. And afterward, you will be performing therapy. And as for the rest, unfortunately, I will have to keep it confidential. But from what I've seen, John is very skilled in this. And it shows because during therapy, he was like a psychic where he was able to feel pretty
Once again, a psychic thing. What's happening? Psychic this, psychic that. It's not the first time you heard the word psychic.
much exactly what I was feeling and some of the pressure areas. So, for example, like the back of my head, where there was a pressure with that are associated with certain negative feelings of the trauma, and he was pretty much able to completely
Sometime last week, I'm kind of busy this week, so.
scrub that out and replace it with positively reinforced thoughts. Now, after when the 6-step process is done for each of your traumas, it will take approximately a day or 2 for it to completely heal. And after that, you will just feel completely relaxed, happy, and just felt like you stepped into a new life, which is pretty much what I've experienced or what I'm feeling at the moment right now. So once again, thank you so much, John, for allowing me to feel like, I've stepped into a new life and feel just completely calm and relaxed.
What's the latest time you did date? Oh, I see what you mean. It doesn't matter when you do it. You can even close at nighttime, right? Even at 9, 10, whatever. Just go for anyone outside. And then just swoop in like an eagle and know exactly how to open, exactly what set to choose, which I will not teach you here. Just do that. So, all right. That's just one of them. Here's the guy who just moved to Miami. Remember one of my students earlier on texting me about Miami? And he's using the social skill flow drill. Now he's able to make a lot of friends. He won first place for this crypto competition. Now he's like they offering him a podcast just because he learned the social skill flow drill for 7 days. But this is the guy. He just went through it. In my training, he got laid on the boot camp. He also got laid with Elite 30 before that. Acquaintance or something, not like a cold approach. And then afterwards, he got a girlfriend, a Latina one and a fiance. They're almost married, but you hear more about it.
One of the students of John Elite.
I want to keep his name and privacy and stuff a secret for now. So I don't want to say, but it's in Florida. There's a big crypto convention there right now. So that's all I'm going to say about it.
First met John many years ago, probably 5 years ago. I took 30, applied those principles, had success, decided, hey, you know what?
Do you hear his voice? He's a little bit monotone. So this is before he start doing the mental trauma cure, and this after, but he's not trained yet. So he's very smart, like Aspie kind of smart. After my coaching in business for him, he uses Skype. He makes $40,000 a month now. I coached him to that. He was making around 14K a month during this inflation. Now he's making 40K. So he can travel anytime he wants and stay in Miami if he wanted to. His business still runs itself. So
I'm going to go out there and take a boot camp. Went to a boot camp, met John personally. Was able to go into a mall. I think I got like 5 number closes, an hour and a half. Never had that success before. There was coaching and guidance.
Too many ums. A lot of his tonality and the way he speaks is all trained now. He's way better. So
phone numbers turned into essentially.
If you want to see like what he sent me, right, for the crypto convention, I can do that. Let me try to censor his face or something. Over here. Let me see if I can do that. I'm not sure. and cover his face. Last time I showed her face by accident. Let me try to see if I can censor it. Last time I didn't figure it out. Okay, here's the picture. Well, he's also with the other famous crypto guys too. I'll just pick a random picture here. Okay, let's see if I can draw over the faces. I'm not sure how to do it. Last time I didn't do it properly. Ah, here it is. Okay, here's a picture. So at least I figured this out. Here's one. I'm not sure if that guy's well known or something. There's a lot of others. This is a whole group of crypto people. Some of them are like, he told me that's famous and stuff. I don't know, but they want him on a podcast soon. I'll just take this picture over here and I'll try to draw over it. Okay, here's the pen. Okay. Okay. He's here right now in Florida. That's him. So he's at the convention. But already, like, just by using his social skills and stuff, he's already like making a lot of new friends and building a whole new funnel of status. So pretty cool, right?
And
that's him. Same guy.
Never did that before, and I remember leaving Vancouver and going back to and really applying those principles, really applying the changes. You know, you taught me how to use a lot of emotions and my facial expression.
He's in the inner circle too, by the way. I kicked him out of the inner circle, and now he's back in after 3MP.
And went through a lot of training, and through that process, I was able to get into a 5-year relationship. And you know, this is the best relationship I've ever been in. You know, best looking girl I've ever been with, and essentially felt like I landed a gold mine. But unfortunately, with tactics and skills and the science behind it, you know, longevity with a relationship, you kind of get to know the person you're actually with. And unfortunately, ended up being in a terrible situation where we're arguing all the time. Come to find out, we're essentially like some kind of trauma bond. So when I went to John with all my problems, had multiple Skypes. What happened was I ended up doing some coaching calls and gave you some strategies, and came to find out that this was something that was causing trauma in my life. And so I ended up enrolling in the 3 months proficiency program. So just got started. And about a week ago, John said the first thing we got to do is we're going to do a cure for all the trauma. And you know, I never knew he had something like this, or you know, like, can you actually do this? But I followed his instruction, you know, like a military soldier. He's like, you got to be like a Navy SEAL. Wrote down all of my traumas. He said, come up with as many as possible. I came up with like 8 or 9, probably 10, and no expectation. But ended up renting a hotel for privacy, and you know, 8 in the morning all the way till 8 o'clock at night. We attacked every
this one took like 12 hours because his fiance or ex-fiance, the Latina, she's like fucking crazy, like borderline personality kind of shit, like Johnny Depp, sort of like, you know, Amber Heard, borderline personality, always arguing and having sex afterwards, arguing sex, argue sex. So he's kind of fucked up. That's what...
every single trauma that I went through. You know, his approach and how he did it was kind of like, is this really happening? Like, what's going on here? He was saying things during the healing process that was like, wow, is he kind of like a psychic, or how does he know these things? Or
once again, a psychic thing. What the fuck? It's like literally, I know exactly where all the pain is, what he's feeling. How I know that? Maybe this is why I'm such a good day game coach. I know so much about this student. It always freaks them out. Even people, when they get on a sales call with me or something, I tell them everything about their lives, and they're like, what the fuck? It scares a lot of people. So
it's almost like he kind of knows where I come from. And what's great is that he was able to relate with some of the traumas. And it's always good to be able to relate with the person that's mentoring and coaching you.
Remember, for me, right? I've always been psychic for like many years, so I don't give a fuck. For me, I'm scientific, so I don't believe in this psychic shit. But I have this ability, so I just sort of like say whatever, and it's just another tool for my arsenal.
essentially, the next couple of days I felt really like empty.
Nobody actually gets laid from my students with direct openers. It's almost impossible to get a late testimonial with it. Because if they do get laid, it's always like 6 months or 7 months afterwards. So they cannot collect the testimonials. So direct is bullshit. Anyone that goes direct is a sociopath. Direct. All the coaches that go direct are charming, spontaneous, intense than other people. They can't feel guilt or shame or remorse to be wrong. They invent outrageous lies about their experience. They seek to dominate win at all costs. They're highly intelligent. They're incapable of love. Speak quiet. Never apologize even if they're wrong, right? 2 fucking late testimonials, 0. And they're delusional. Literally believes everything they say is the truth. Direct is a delusion among the PUAs. Delusion is only for high SMV people to get women that are 4 or 5 out of 10 in looks. Maybe you can pause it afterwards. That's all I'm gonna show.
Kind of like empty, like a burning in my brain, like just kind of like, like work had been done, and I came back to, basically living with my ex-fiance now. But I remember we were kind of getting into an argument or whatever, and I was just kind of just like zoned out. And what's crazy is that we had, which was probably the last time we'll ever have sex, I don't know, but it was incredible. We did it for like an hour, and I kind of like felt nothing. That's the first time that happened.
So after sex, right, this time he felt nothing, no emotions towards her. After he got rid of his mental trauma. Some of the students, they always have this crazy borderline girlfriend. The student of mine usually is better looking than she is a little bit. So she'll keep building mental trauma into their mind so they never leave her. This is not like the first time I've seen this. The women's always like some kind of narcissistic borderline person with abandonment issues. This is pretty common for my students for their girlfriends. Not only that, like I said, a lot of them, this is not uncommon. I see all the time. So when I see this, I'm not surprised. I had to tell them.
Happened, and it started to weird me out a little bit. And essentially, the trauma that we were in was like a trauma bond, but it seemed like the trauma bond had been broken because I wasn't seeking something from her. Where before in a trauma bond, I'm seeking something from her, she's seeking something from me. It's like a codependence. And long story short, here we are a week later, made the decision, cut it off. Here we go, 3 months of proficiency, changed my life. With John's trainings at the boot camp, how to focus on facial expressions and being able to convey emotions, I was able to use his principles and succeed in business. I've had some incredible success with finances now, to where I have options. I can do whatever I want, and I just signed a lease. This is my first day. Moved in here to this mid-rise. You can see here there's a pool in the background. It's right next to the mall, literally walking distance from the mall. There's a high expensive gym that's walking distance that I go to. My office is 5 minutes away. This is the hub, and I'm excited to see where the future takes me here with John's coaching. So for those of you guys that are thinking about,
like I said, right now I don't know what his results are going to be. He's only gone through 7 days of Kaizen for the social skill flow drill. Since he's in Miami because of this crypto thing, he's not able to train at all. So the students, you can actually see before they became superstars or famous, like he already got laid in my boot camp, and he also before that, and he said so here. I have the lay pics, the lay videos, everything. I have all the proof. But however, this is like many years ago. That was like 5 years ago, I think. But besides that, we don't know what his results are. Just like the other student that you saw, the Vietnamese guy and Chinese guy. That was before he got his fucking 5 lays in a row. So this is them before they start going through this process. So, well, my students work for, like, my stuff works for every single ethnicity. It's transferable because my 20 out of 35 chart looks is out of 10, money is out of 5, status is out of 10, social skills is 2.5, social calibration is 2.5, emotional control 2.5, game 2.5. Get above 20 out of 35 automatically. There's no science, like there's no art behind this. It's all an algorithm. That means if you start fucking up your body language, your tonality in the middle of the date, and you drop your points right there. So the points are not fixed, they're actually constant. So, but yeah, that's why you need to have perfect body language, perfect tonality, perfect social skills, everything. So we'll see how he'll turn out. Okay, he's not as fast as he used to be as before. He was much younger back then, so he's getting a little bit older. But hopefully he gets like a same day late. So if you see him in the future getting like, if he starts banging women that are like above 8 out of 10, this crypto thing he's going to, he's getting more pictures and stuff is good for his status. But I don't care about status game. But if you see him in a testimonial one day banging like a fucking 8 or 9 out of 10, I wouldn't be fucking surprised because he's trained by me, and he's not like starving like most of you. He's not starving during this inflation.
Using any of John's programs, the guy knows what he's doing. He's got testimonials that speak for itself. He has this broken down to a science. It's not a what if. It's like, hey, X, Y, Z, you do this. This is the outcome. And you just got to apply those principles and be a student, and you have to act as if you're actually in a military boot camp. I was in the military. I was in the Coast Guard for 7 years. And I think that's why I was able to apply a lot of stuff he taught, because it was like, you learn it, you apply it, you execute, you see the results. And what's great is that there's real results here. So if you guys are hesitating, you're not sure, you don't have enough money, man, find a way to get the money, find a way to invest in yourself.
All right. So you can see like this is 100% successful program. And now he doesn't have to deal with his ex-fiance, a complete fucking cycle. Oh, here's an Indian student from the United States. He's already polled companies in all of the United States. He's literally in the top 3 field. They're always like laying people off. So that's why he has to focus on the job. So,
hey guys, so I wanted to share my experience working with John in the 3MP program. I am a student. I'm from India, and I have been working with John. Recently joined the 3MP program. And
his other Indian friend that also joined 3MP now found a life partner. He got out of the game. He already found like the woman of his dreams. He's gonna marry her. So his friend, like this guy, still needs to get that lay. He has to get back in the field.
Went through the trauma training with him. So this is a highly recommended program in the bundle. If you guys are part of the 3MP program, if you are looking for training session, and there are a lot of dating coaches out there, but this guy is not only going to teach you the right skills, and of course the testimonials speaks for that. So I'm not going to talk about the testimonials part because it's already there and you can do your research. But something which I've experienced till now is the trauma training which I went through. I'll just share my experience.
Well, most women don't actually know he's Indian. You know, most women don't know that. So, despite the thick accent, they don't know that because he's dressed whitewashed. He looks like a white guy. Now he doesn't look white. He still has like, darker skin, but they don't perceive him as Indian. They don't really know the ethnicity. So if you're asking about the accent, whether or not it matters, it does not if you look whitewashed.
So you start by telling your story. You start by telling in the past there might have been a traumatic situation, any small incident which might have given you some stress, and you got past over it. Eventually thought it does not bother you anymore. However, it's there in your subconscious mind, and it affects how we behave even when we have grown up. So what John does is breaks down your story into what belief system it developed in you, and then tries to understand where it is, how it is affecting your personality, right? How that belief system is reflecting in game, and then he uses psychic abilities. I'm dead honest when I say psychic.
Again, what's happening? I recorded all the mental trauma cure stuff for the psychic stuff. Like it's documented. So it's all provable. That means it does exist.
Abilities, because it is through the vibrations and energy that we emit. A lot of people can understand that. My friends who are from India would know that this is not fake. People have these kind of powers. They have these kind of abilities to understand and learn from the frequency.
I'm not the only psychic in the world. There's a fuck ton of them. So
energy of people. And John really has this skill. So my experience with him, I went through a couple of stories which I felt were not affecting me. And after doing this trauma training, I feel great. It's been just, I completed my trauma training yesterday. So it's been not a long time for me to assess and say, okay, my personality have changed. But I do feel a difference already. Right after the session, I could feel that my energy levels, I was lightheaded for some reason. And it was like just...
Oh yeah, lightheadedness sometimes, like after the mental trauma cure, it'll feel like your brain is burning. Like vapors or something. Because after you go through your PTSD, you have to release it. It takes time to process. Once it's processed out, then you're completely healed. So they all go through it.
Telling his stories, and I'm not going to explain everything. You've got to like do it yourself. But it's a really good experience. It was like going to a therapist who is helping you solve the right problem. We are all here for game, right? And these things are subconsciously hidden in your mind. And no matter how much like
No, because if you look Indian wash, you still have the accent. You're still treated like an Indian person. You gotta break the physical stereotypes. So she cannot pair. Think about it this way: how does our brains work? After every single thing, if John says, "Oh, I'm psychic," you're gonna always have to file folder every single thing I say into your brain through your mental filter. So we call this attribution theory in psychology. So we're always constantly mental filtering. Does that make sense? So as I was saying, the women does the same thing. They see an Indian looking guy, even without an accent. She's always going to have the attribution theory Indian, all rejected. So
like hard you go on like field and do mass approaches. If there's some there's some event in the past which is affecting your current.
Well, the good thing about being mixed is that she doesn't know what your SMV is, so she cannot assess and pin the exact score. She cannot say this guy's a 6 out of 10 Latino, or this guy's a Filipino half white, or is this or that. So it's kind of like pin the tail on a donkey for your SMV. But since she doesn't know what it is, you always have advantage because she's always going to be second guessing before she can fix the score. So she'll give you more chances. So if you look like a different ethnicity and you're like Indian and you look Latino, or you're Indian, you look black, you can literally become like 6 out of 10 for Latino or 8 out of 10 for black. Seriously. So
conduct and your personality, you need to get it out of your system, and that will make a huge difference. I'm going to see how if it is affecting me, and I'm really positive about it because I feel the difference. The way like somehow my like it's just difficult to explain it in words, but I feel the difference in energy and the frequency which I'm in. And if you guys are thinking, have any questions, just take this program. It's really good, and you will feel the difference yourself. It's highly recommended. And
the results are permanent. That means it's 100% permanent. It will not go away. It's not like all of a sudden you'll be re-triggered. All the mental trauma is cleared for life. It will never come back. Once it's processed, never come back, ever. You can have new traumas, but the old traumas will never come back. I figure out like a permanent solution, a final solution.
And yeah, John has real knowledge.
And that's the funny thing. If I'm that smart and I can figure this out, right? I could figure out like how to look younger. I could figure out how to get V-shaped body for my students, even though I'm skinny fat. I don't have that yet, but it works for everyone else. If I could figure out mental trauma cure, I could figure out day game. I could probably figure out anything and become number one at any field. Longevity, this, that, whatever. So I'm probably a lot smarter than any other dating coach out there. They claim they're so fucking smart, but they can barely get a fucking lay testimonial for day game. Shut the fuck up. There are people out there 10 times smarter than you.
He can understand his shit. He is someone you guys can trust. He has a ton of testimonials.
I only work with a student, so I don't know the exact Dr. Silk, but one of the students over there is one of the, like, they work in the lab there, one of my students. So that's where I'm getting all this information from. So
that in itself speaks about his skills.
I can ask him about Dr. Silk, right? He'll tell me. So
and him as a teacher, not every good person who's good at game can teach their stuff. So he has done really his.
Oh, sorry, I didn't. Dr. Silk from Jeff Bezos.
He has good understanding of human psychology. That's why he's able to do all this, right? And that's why he has so many testimonials. Every person is different. So yeah, just go with this program. Go through all your stories which have given you any kind of stress. Trauma might sound a big word. A lot of people feel, oh, we don't have trauma. Anything which has given you stress.
Dark skin Cambodian still 1 out of 10 because you're Asian. Despite, dark skin or not, Asians always have 1 out of 10. This is why a lot of Asians like to go to Latin countries and become passport bros. They like to add more status maxing. Like they like to have like a high status job for thorough money status advantage, and also exotic advantage. So you get 3 extra points. That's why they like to travel. But you as an Asian is always 1 out of 10. So
Be a job, a girlfriend in the past while growing up. Share with John, and he
no, why would I spill the secrets for anti-aging? Like literally, the only people that may know this stuff is in the inner circle. A little bit, if they still remember being taught. Nobody else outside of that knows. Outside of me, only me, Marco knows everything. Nobody else. So
he will make sure that it is out of his system. Just try it once. You will feel the difference. All right. Thank you.
all right, that's cool. So wait, there's all these testimonials. I haven't even posted to the public. Here's another one.
My name is, and I'm from Toronto, Canada. And I started training with John because I needed help with
Yeah, this guy is Latino.
my social skills all through my life.
I can make billions, not just millions. I can make over 100 million. I don't care about the money. I keep it the secret to myself, the fountain of youth.
Always been a bit of a wallflower. I'm comfortable with first.
Same with mental trauma cure. I can make like hundreds of millions from this and take over the world. But I just don't care. There are geniuses out there that just don't care that much about money.
Groups and strangers, for example, at let's say a mixer at your university, for example, or at work, just always was a big challenge for me. So John got me started on training, and after not too long, I was having some pretty distressing trouble. It was more than just an average level of inhibition. Like what I was experiencing was full-blown distress and panic. And I talked to John about it, and John identified what surprised me was that there'd actually been quite a bit of emotional trauma in my life. And I've never done anything like therapy before. So not really much knowledge on those specific.
Thank you very much, Mr. Silk.
But John took about 5-6 hours out of his day. He sat down with me and put me through his mental trauma handling program. And it was a lot of things.
Yeah, if you are part of Jeff Bezos' lab, I'm not sure if you really are like or not, but if you are, you can see that the compounds and stuff I use, right, actually does work. Because you can look at videos of me 2 years ago compared to now. I'm kind of aging backwards a little bit, so I'm not 100% sure. I have to confirm with the other student. So, but you can see it does work. Like it's crazy.
It was emotional. It was eye-opening. It was hard. It was like facing things that were kind of very deep that I never really thought about, and I never gave any weight.
A lot of people try it. There's another guy spending $2 million a year. He's not able to crack the code. He claims his skin is younger by whatever age and whatever. He still looks old. I look younger, so.
But John actually wiped these issues. You know, it's not that I don't have nervous system. It's not that I don't have things to work on, but that feeling of dread and panic and hopelessness is gone. I don't know what years of therapy would do for me, but John's program did this for me. And
that's correct. So a lot of it's like how to reverse my epigenetic age. So that's why I look younger. Like I'm not sure if I reversed it, but I heard it can be reversed up to 8 years. But a lot of the stuff, the NAC and all these other stuff, NVM, those NICAD, whatever, like the stuff they take, right? They don't work. I know all the compounds. The student has given me every single compound. I only took 1 out of like 10 of them that they study. I know every single compound, but he just picked 1 for me and it works. This is top secret information. I have it in a document. It's probably worth like over hundreds of millions of dollars, but it's not going to be out for the public. This is for their lab, not for the public. Yeah, 8 years, right? It can be reversed for epigenetic clock. So.
from what he's told me, I was pretty messed up. So I'm forever grateful. And now I can get back on this journey and get back towards working towards the goals that I wanted to work on. And it was all thanks to John. And I'm very grateful. And I would recommend it to anyone who may be going through something similar to me.
All right, cool. So you already heard the other guy. Here's another Spanish guy. This guy's originally from Spain. It's here. This one's quite long, but all right. Let me plug in the phone before it starts to lose all its battery. Hold on a second. Thing's not playing properly. Maybe I have to. Okay, let me find another. Here's another. It's not playing properly. Maybe let me just go down a little bit and see if it'll play. I gotta fix the video. But yeah, this thing is like basically a perfect success rate so far. There's a lot more people here. Let me just go down a little bit. I'll play this one. Yeah, it plays.
Hey, how's everybody doing today? So today I am making a video testimonial on John's new program that he has not released out in public yet. But with this program, right, it helps you get over
Yeah, I just finally released it. So
your PTSD and your negative mindset. So with this program, basically what it is you and John will sit down together on a Skype session.
I'm doing something completely different, like really outside the box. Because everybody has been taking that stuff from Amazon and they're not able to reverse their age, all these old guys.
And he will list out all your traumas that you have ever experienced in your life. And like then you and John, y'all would do an EMDR session, and there's like another 6 different things you have to do to it in order to get over that trauma. And the cool thing is that John, when you're doing one of those like sessions with him,
No, he's not my doctor. He's not my doctor. So
he can also feel your like trauma experience. He's like psychic, and he can feel what you're feeling at that time. Granted, sometimes it might be a little delay due to like where you're located at, but at the end, he feels all that trauma that you're feeling, and he'll help you get over it. And in my experience, he knew the exact kind of trauma that I was like feeling, and like he knew where it was. And I was so like mind blown to know that like he's like psychic, and he can like
another one, psychic. Actually, all of them see psychic. It's just one of the students that did not say it. It's because he's so Asperger's. He doesn't believe in like spiritual and stuff like that. So
know where this trauma is, and when he can know where that trauma is, we can bear focus on that, like where that trauma is located. So therefore, we can erase that trauma from your memory. And I do not recall any of this trauma now. And like only time I can ever recall it is like when I'm talking about it, like right now. That's when I can like think about it. But even then, it doesn't like affect me like anyhow. Like
see, like I said, they don't get triggered anymore. It's permanently gone. They cannot get re-triggered by the trauma and like going back through pain. I've created something so powerful, man. This is like $100 million fucking funnel. If I wanted to make a lot of money, I can challenge all the other psychologists out there and just get more of the testimonials for this.
I don't feel anything from that trauma at all. Like I don't feel no negative feelings.
Well, of course you went engineering. You're Indian. They all go engineering.
Yeah, feels like like more happy, more expressive. Because when I used to deal with my trauma, like I was like depressed and sad, and like the girl can tell that because she knows that like you're not congruent with yourself, and she can pick that up, and she'll find out that like something's not right with this guy, and like she'll walk away. So for those, and you know who you are, for those who spam approach and like y'all get rejected a lot, I know how much effect that can have on your mindset. So the next approach that one few people who like spam approaches, the ones with shitty mindset, the girl will know that because she can tell from your social calibrations and your body language. And like doesn't matter how much you learn from the Elite Access or like any of John's product, if you have a shitty mindset, it doesn't matter because you know.
All Indians, all my students, like that are from India, or whatever, they're all like engineers. Every single one of them. If they weren't engineers, they'll go back into engineering. So
when you go out there, you're gonna fuck it up by your social calibrations and your body language because of how you feel inside. Because how you feel inside, it determines how like your facial expressions and how like your body language shows to the girl. And if she knows that like you're not like calibrated or like you're not like, you don't feel inside that you show to the outside, she's gonna walk away and you're stuck at step one. So this program's for all of you who are an RSD victim. For all.
You might think in India it is because everyone in India believes that that's a respectable profession. But they're seen as fucking nerds there in the United States. You may not believe it because you've never seen outside the toilet of India. But they're treated like fucking nerds over here. Like they're stupid, autistic fucking Asperger's nerds with monotone and nerdiness. But of course, in India, it's the only thing that brings them money. But not everyone is smart enough in India to make it out of India. So everyone's an engineer, but only like 90% does not make it out of India. That 10% that makes it out of India, right, are more focused than the rest. So there's a huge attrition rate in India. So if you never made it out of India with being engineer, you're not smart enough. Like I said, the other Indian student early on, he works for like the top 3 fucking American companies, and him and his friend works in the top 3. That's why when you see all these layoffs happening in the United States and stuff, he's a little bit scared. Got to work harder. He works in one of the top 3 in the whole United States. So yeah, but since we're on this topic, right? Might as well. This is like afterwards. It's like we already covered a lot of that stuff earlier. You can always watch the earlier stuff if you want to talk about dating, right? You can rewatch this video. But
all of you who spam approach, because like I know for you spam approachers, you guys probably get rejected daily, and that affects your mental state, which eventually affects your like day game interactions.
But in some ways, right, the mental trauma cure is very useful for day game too. Right. So basically, if you can fix your mental trauma, it can fix a lot of stuff in your face. If you have too much mental trauma in your face, and also if you like, emotionally, right, it can leach other points of other areas. So it can leach a lot of points. So if it's like looks is out of 10, money is out of 5, status is out of 10, social skills, social calibrations, emotional control, it's really affecting the emotional control. So this is in some ways related to it, because if the students, they cannot smile and they have an upside down smile, right? The women can feel it. It affects their body language too. And it also affects their social skills because they always sound like their tonality. It always has this little depression at the end of their tone. It's almost like a little container of emotions at the end of the sentence. So they always have this sighing. You know what's great about today? Yeah, I was doing this and that. And they turn women off like that. So this can be very helpful for the guys like that. So yeah, social skills is super important, right? The social skill of flow drill. This is why the other guy in crypto land in Florida is doing so well with everybody. Social skills flow drill. It's super powerful.
With the girl, because you're gonna sound depressed, and the girl's gonna pick that up, and it's like
yes,
gonna burn to the ground, and it's like you wish you had like a better mindset, And also for those who live in the United States,
a charisma has absolutely zero importance. Charisma is the sociopathic trait, the very first one. Sociopaths are charming. Sociopaths have high charisma and tend to attract the following. Just so the charisma is only for cult leaders that you follow. It has nothing to do with day game. Because my students have no charisma. They have they don't even sound that confident in their testimonials, and they're banging white girls. So all that's a lie. That's an RSD charisma. Asians believe is charisma because you've been misled by RSD.
Y'all know that health insurance here is like expensive, and some of you can afford professional counseling, and I suggest you do not go to a professional counselor at all, because all they want is all y'all's money. And like with John, right? I paid $400 for his coaching.
This is before, now it's $1,000. So because more students get results, I raised the price. So.
To get over my trauma relief, and it was worth every single penny of it. If you go to a counselor, right, you're gonna spend at least like $200, and I know some of you who
every single session is like 200 USD. You can negotiate with psychologists. I've been through many of them, but every single psychologist I went to, I fried their brains because I'm smarter than them. I became their psychologist, and I'm just wondering, what am I doing there? Maybe I'm just so busy to find something wrong with me. I got no assessments of psychopath or sociopath or autistic. I just want to find something wrong, so I can say that's the thing.
who live in the U.S., some of you don't have health insurance, so eventually all that $200 can add up, and it's gonna be like $800 because with John's coach.
Yeah, but some people spent $18K in 2 years because they give the authority to the psychologist and therapist.
The good thing is it only takes like 6 to 9 hours, depending on the individual and how much trauma that you have.
I don't even know how you can call me in this thing, nor do I really want to just all of a sudden talk out of nowhere. I just don't have time.
But in my experience, it took me like 9 hours to get over all my like bullshit trauma, and I feel really happy. And like,
that's a stupid statement. To each of their own. I have 581 LAPO testimonials. I have 581 LAPO testimonials. Charisma basically has 0. Charisma King has 0. 0. So what you mean to each of their own? Is more like, why do something? Don't optimize what doesn't need to be optimized, like Elon Musk says. Remove unnecessary steps. Be less dumb. Reduce the production time to get the vehicle out. And charisma is something that adds to the production time. It's more dumb. And lastly, automate. You don't automate charisma. It's all bullshit.
If you go to a counselor, you gotta go back there the next day and already.
No. Maybe I just, John, how to call you in this live session? No, just don't worry about calling me or something. Like, yeah. Don't worry about calling me. Just listen and just enjoy your time here and just you learn something.
Or the next week or the next month, and that like $200 you spend with that counselor, right? It's gonna end up being like $8 fucking grand, and like if you do that for years,
it's more than $8 grand, man.
It's gonna be like 24 grand, and like you could buy like
18K because they don't go every single week. But it's averagely for a couple of students, they spend $18,000. What the fuck? That's like, yeah.
A whole brand new car with that, So yeah, don't go to a counselor.
If it costs 1K over here versus 18K, right? I'm just saying. And done in 1 day, not 2 years.
Go to John. He's cheaper, and not only is he cheaper, but it's way more effective compared to like a professional counselor. You like a regular individual go sees, because like it's expensive and it can take years just to get over one like trauma event or PTSD event. With John's training, depending on the individual, depending on how bad the trauma is, it might take you like an hour or like an hour and a half to get over just that one thing.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Because if you have ADHD, that's why you're not going to make it out of India. A lot of people ADHD are usually the guys who worship and stuff. They have like sociopathy, ADHD, autism, delusional disorders. They usually are the ones who are not enlightened, as we talked about earlier. So it doesn't even matter if like charisma. It's like if charisma mattered, then Charisma King will be like fucking getting nonstop lay testimonials. You can't even get a fucking lay testimonial after all these years. Not even one. They're all like, they stuffed the testimonial page, but nobody got laid from it. It's insane. So there's 12 testimonials on his page. Only one white guy pulled 3 times, but not laid. The minorities are dumb enough to join his coaching with charisma, right? That's how this is. Another Chinese student that got kicked out. He was like, but what about charisma? It's like, yeah, you need social skills and social calibrations. Yeah, but what about charisma? He just couldn't stop going back to his fucking Chinese fashion, Chinaman wash fashion. His no self-esteem for whitewashed. The only time he got insta-date was when he was like dressed whitewashed with a white girl. The rest of them all rejects him. It's like fucking stupid.
One single trauma. But the good thing is, when you get over that one single trauma and you try to recall it, it's like,
when you're drawn to charismatic people, what does that have to do with lay testimonials? You're just drawn to cults. These mini cults like Charisma King, RSD. They're just a bunch, you're drawn to dudes, right? Who are a sociopath with that crazy eyes and cult leaders. So what does that have to do with women? Nothing. You're just drawn to cults, right? Because you're weak-minded, right? Sociopaths are charming. Sociopaths have high charisma. They tend to attract a following, exactly what you said, because people want to be around them. It doesn't mean women. They might even attract guys. They have a glow about them. Really attract people who typically seek guidance and direction. You see that? Sheeps. who seek direction and guidance. They often appear to be sexy or have a strong sexual attraction. Not all sexy people are sociopaths, obviously, but watch out for the over-the-top sexual appetites and weird fetishes. So you're a sheep, that's why you're drawn to it. You have these traits. Let's continue.
Doesn't affect you anymore. Like, it's like, whatever, you know, it's like, no, like, not that like significant in your life no more. And also for those RSD victims too. Ever like those 50
RSD victims. It's a bit top secret. I train my students in something called the social skill flow drill. The more they can open up to women, the more she likes you, trusts you, and be willing to go home with you. Like, trust, willing to go home with you. It's like sales, right? It's kind of like they have to like you, they like your product, they trust your company. So if you cannot get her talking more and opening up with the social skill flow drill, so the zombie flow drill that other dating coaches uses is like they try you make a statement like, you look like you are XYZ, right? And she's like, I guess so. So short answer. But then they go to a question because their brain doesn't connect. They can't do 3 steps. Social skill flow drill. For that crypto guy, it took a long time to get there. 6 days he failed. And then they asked a question. So do you like XYZ instead? Not really. So she's not talking more. You got to get her barking more. Not to be misogynistic, like a puppy. And then they go back to another statement. But you also look like this. And then she's like, no, I'm not this, I'm that. Oh, she's talking more. 3 questions. Are you this? Are you that? Are you that? I got a boyfriend. Oh, it's a numbers game. So without the social skills, you cannot talk more. The more she talks, the more you can flirt at those times to really turn her from warm to hot. But you have to get her talking more, right? It's not an impressive answer. It's wisdom because it works. If I didn't know about this topic, right, I wouldn't have 581 LAPO testimonials. This is something that industry has not figured out yet, the social skill flow drill. It's a huge weapon because I had one student with 10 fuck buddies, 5-some, 2 models and 1 model girlfriend. This was the first thing he learned, and he thought it was like bullshit. He said, what is this social skill flow? And then he started practicing it. It took him like fucking 2 weeks or something because he's autistic. His brain doesn't connect in 3 steps. Then he was able to do it. It's just like fucking 10 fuck buddies in a row. Right? I get he's white, right? But I'm just saying, the more she talks, the more she likes you, she trusts you, wouldn't go home with you.
mindset bullshit that RSD posts out.
Or you can just UMP it and just sexualize it all day and just fucking DHV and nothing happens. You bang 3 out of 10s. Yeah, because it's not comfort. Like, what do they know? Like, what do they know?
Yeah, that's garbage. Don't.
The UMP guys come to me, the low SMV guys. They get laid here and they go back to worshipping over there. Stupid.
Just don't listen to him, man. Listen to John. All of his programs have helped me, and I lost my virginity.
If she's giving you short answers, right? How are you going to get her to trust you? Like, what will you know about her? Nothing. How is she going to open up and trust you? How are you going to bring her home? She's not going to trust you. If she's talking more, she's going to backward rationalize in her mind, right? That she likes this guy. She trusts him. If she's talking more, she must like him. She's willing to go home with him because she's talking more. It has nothing to do with comfort. It has to do with the backward rationalization. Yes, exactly. The backward rationalization is the I wouldn't say persuasion, influence. But that's what you want. If you want to see it from perspective of, tactics, the fact that she's backward rationalizing, the more she talks, you could literally get her talking her way all the way into her bedroom and opening her legs. If you're good at that, you keep the body language, social skill flow drill, it brings her, it funnels her into your body language, your social calibrations, your alpha male body language. So it become the tribe leaders, evolutionary psychology. For those who are social in a tribe, at the same time, they have the body language of a tribe leader. I know this gets to very technical evolutionary psychology and stuff, but
it's because of his programs. So I suggest y'all listen to him. Y'all take this program. It will really help you a lot because now I'm really happy. I'm really
and think about a lot of students are very narcissistic, right? So whenever she talks more, they're always interrupting her, like, yeah, She can't fucking talk. You're just grabbing her in the throat like Julian Blanc. Yeah. whatever, and you roll your eyes. That sort of narcissism means she doesn't talk more when they're trying to be charming and cocky, funny and narcissistic. Is not very human. So all these things matter, you know? You have to be curious about the other person and get them to talk more. There's a lot of secrets behind this that you don't understand, but you know, Mr. Stoke might understand a little bit what I'm saying.
Expressive, therefore the girl can tell how like congruent I am with
And without social skills, right? You become that PUA tribe. You become creepy like Austin Summers and acting like a fucking clown. Like RSD acting like a clown. The Mr. Self-Amusement guys. Without the social skills. Flow drill.
like inside feelings and my outside like body language and stuff. So yeah, John, thank you for the program.
Yep.
It's really helped. And for all of you who have shitty mindsets and stuff, take his program. You will not regret it, and it's like really cheap.
Excellent. I like to be very efficient.
Hey, how's everybody doing today? So today.
Okay, here's another one. You're like, what the fuck? You've been hiding this from the public all this time? This mental trauma cure? Yes, I have. I don't know why. I just thought it wasn't like super day game related until everyone starts voting. Like, I want to learn more about this program, right? I want to learn more. I said, okay, another one.
Getting my trauma work cleared out with John Elite has literally changed my life. Like
Spanish.
When I was younger, like maybe 10
This guy's Spanish.
and 11 years old, I went through hell in my childhood. Okay, like I had neglectful parents, abusive siblings. It was hell. And although I've been able to have some success, you know, like growing up, I became really tall, and I'm also Spanish, so I had some success in business and in romance, but eventually the trauma caught up to me, you know, like the trauma caught up to me. And it's because years over time, those wounds, they kept being pushed and touched, and they never really got the chance to heal.
No, I mean, the whole idea of getting her to open up more, right? Doesn't have to be interesting. Because I like to think the triangular flow drill is like a string. Imagine you put a string on your bedpost, right? And then you go outside, and then you go to the fucking, you know, in like the day game location, right? Every triangular flow drill is just another triangle going towards your bed. Get it? So if you can do the triangular flow drill for like 20 minutes or something, you could probably do it for an hour or two and just get her all the way back home with your body language. She'll talk more, right? And then you know when to flirt. That's a new way of thinking about it. And for the autistic people that cannot do it, they use a zombie flow drill. You're actually breaking the line. Does that make sense? So you're cutting the line. So it has nothing to do with charisma. Charisma does not add or move it forward on the path. It's like sales, right? It's like sales where you're moving on the line. They call it on the line, off the line. You want to keep it on the line, not deviate from the line. Charisma can deviate and create a numbers game. We don't want to play a numbers game. My students, they only want to get laid in 1 to 6 approaches. We're not interested in a fucking numbers game or, you know, mass tripping their ego and trying to act like a clown. Because if you act like a clown, you're part of the out tribe in evolutionary psychology. The danger out tribe. You don't want to be an out tribe. With social skills, you're part of the in tribe. But you also have the alpha male's body language. I know it sounds very technical, but I'm not just technical like Todd V for no reason. It's not about technical. It's about scientific. It has to be able to repeat to another student.
Heal, you know? So what I tried to do to fix this was I did what every normal person does. They go and I saw some psychologists, I saw some therapists, and none of them did anything for me, okay? Sometimes they made me feel worse.
He'd been to many psychologists and psychiatrists and stuff like that. Didn't even fucking work.
Yeah. Sometimes they tried to put the blame on me that everything was my fault.
Well, being funny is okay, but you want to, if you were to be funny, right? You want to be in the moment funny. That means rather than trying to self-amuse like RSD, you might come up with something, right? Like she might say something like, I want to go home. And then you might make a joke in the moment, like, your home or my home? No, I'm just joking, right? But it's not what you say that's funny, it's the tonality that changes. Because 55% of your communication is verbal. 36% is your tonality. So your home or my home? And she's laughing, right? You sexualize it, but that's more of a natural, a real natural. And come up with things on the spot. So she says something like, you know, I got, you know, like, I'm gonna go shopping afterwards. Like, for what? Sex toys? No, I was joking. And then it's just, you can come up with things on the spot, but it's not necessary to be super funny. It does help ease the attention in the beginning. That's why with around white girls, right? It can reduce the the shield, right? If you make them laugh, but you don't need to be a clown all day. Just a little bit here and there, right? The curiosity is very important because if you're not, the most important thing is to be curious about the other person's life, to be genuinely curious about the other person's life. If you're not curious about the other person, they won't talk more. Your questions will suck. Exactly. So,
and that I was the cause of my childhood abuse, you know?
and most POAs, they're not curious at all because they don't care. They're narcissists. They're just there to try to game her and try to act like a clown because they see Austin Summers doing that.
Just told me that I was like, I was thinking too highly of myself, and like they were trying to make me hate myself, these therapists. And the other ones, they would just pretend to care, but in reality, they would just ask you meaningless questions and they would just make you talk so that you.
Well, that's bullshit. That's like some UMP bullshit. So basically, the students. So when you look at the webinar thing I have for same day lays, and they all get laid in 1 to 6 approaches. The guy earlier for the mental trauma care, the first guy, he never actually did any sort of sexualizing it or any sort of thing. He just had the perfect body language. The body language gradually sexualizes on its own. Does that make sense? If you have the alpha male body language standing 45 degrees so you don't put pressure on her, but you have that correct body language. So it's pressure and release. UMP is all pressure. There's no release. Right? And you keep this up over time, it's going to gradually go up. That's why my students can insta-date every single time from 6 to 8 minutes. Every single time, 100% can go on an insta-date because it builds the gradual attraction. You don't have to do push-pulls because push-pulls spike up, but what goes up goes down. So you have all these nails and spikes of attraction, but they'll never have the same volume as the gradual one. But you know when to tease at the right times, when she's off the line, and you mix it with this gradual thing, with this alpha male body language of the tribe, then that gives you more attraction. This is why these white dating coaches talk about 10% stats, and they talk about these other experts. They don't have any of this body language down. They think it's better to square off and just like, hey, how's it going? That's great. Oh, wow, cool, nice. Anyways, yeah, let me just slap your ass for a second. Red wine. Oh, yeah, that's nice. That's fucking stupid. They don't know what they're talking about.
Feel like you're doing something, you feel like you're taking action, but in reality, nothing's getting solved. And then they want you again the next week, and the next week, and the next week, and before you know it, thousands of dollars wasted, months of your time gone, and all for nothing because talk therapy doesn't do shit.
No, it doesn't. Talk therapy doesn't do shit for CBT.
Design it in such a way that you feel like you're accomplishing your goals, that you feel like you're healing and you're getting better. But it's just like taking Tylenol for a headache or NyQuil for a cold. It just masks the symptoms for a couple days until it goes away, and then the fucking illness reveals itself again because the trauma is still there. But John Elite, he's not a fucking psychologist. He's a psychic, okay?
Oh, here we go again. Another one. You see a pattern here? Sorry, this is so stupid. With 581 LAPO testimonials, you're just brainwashed by other dating coaches. You're completely all fucking stupid. These guys are so dumb. Sorry. Ooh, you gotta fucking suck it. Learn how to flirt.
During our therapy work, there were so many times when he was able to recognize what I was feeling, where I was feeling it in my body, and he was able to eliminate these feelings.
Yeah, these autistic fucking white dating coaches, they have to sexualize it because they don't know how to change their tonality, and they don't even know how to do anything like any of this stuff. They need a way to verbalize it.
Negativity. It's like he literally took his hand, reached it inside of my brain, and pulled out all the nonsense and the trauma and the pain and the things holding me back.
I mean, metaphorically, I didn't put my hand into his brain.
And just threw it away. That's literally what it felt like, okay? Like, honest to God, before I even went to John Elite, I couldn't even smile, dude. I literally couldn't even.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck? You're actually quite a good looking guy, but your smile looks like this. Why is your mouth like that? But fuck, he has so much trauma. He's just fucked up.
Smile like this, man. And it's like, what the hell happened? You know, I don't even know what happened. I sat down and like John worked his psychic magic. He knew exactly what to do. He knew exactly what was holding me back, what was fucking me up. He explained to me how these things were holding me back. He connected dots I didn't even see. And at the end of it, I'm cured. Like, it's gone. I try to think of my trauma. I just laugh. I try.
Yeah, that's a funny thing. Like I said, you don't get re-traumatized. It's gone for good. Permanent. A final solution.
Like, and most of the time, I can't even remember it. You know, it's just erased. It's gone. You know, it literally felt like this has been what I was waiting for. Okay, it feels like he finally cracked the code and designed a cure and not just a treatment, man.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how he did it, man. Like, I feel like he was connected to like a higher intelligence or something, because he was able to pinpoint pain in me, recognize things inside me that I didn't even know. He could tell me where I was feeling things. Like, I remember one time specifically, he told me, there's a pressure in the back of your head, isn't there? And I literally felt that there was an actual pressure in the back of my brain, like near my skull. How did he know that? You know, my only answer.
Yeah, that's what freaks the people out. I tell them exactly where the pain is moving to. They just don't know how I do it. And sometimes I actually turn around here, facing towards this red thing, right? And I say, I'm not going to code read you. I'm not going to look at you, right? Tell me if I'm actually correct. It's like 100% correct. 100%. I can literally face the other way. That means if they get like new trauma, let's say they got in a car accident, right? Then that'll be a new trauma. But all the other old traumas are scrubbed away. So, well, if you want to take it again or something, I guess so. I don't know. They just never had any new trauma. It's almost like once they know exactly what causes their trauma, they don't get re-traumatized as easily. They know the whole process of how the brain works, step by step. So they recognize when someone's gonna word salad them, and like a sociopath with a false accusation, pain point, guilt trip. They already know that they're creating a trauma and downhill. Like, it doesn't work as much to get new trauma. But if you want to come back, if you got like some really fucked up things happening, maybe, but they just never been re-traumatized. Like, they just never that I'm aware of. It's kind of weird, but
he's a psychic expert, okay? And honestly, like, just I thank God that I was able to meet him and go through this with him. John Lead, thank you. If you have trauma, if something is holding you back in your life, whether it was a break.
Remember earlier, somebody's like, "Oh, the testimonial is fake." No, there's real pain in their voices, man. There's real pain in all of their voices. There's all real, and I actually showed the student's face by accident. I'm gonna censor it later on once I find out where the timeline is. I wrote where it is. I'm gonna have to censor and re-censor some of these things. So, yeah. But other than that,
breakup, it was being fired or terminated from your job, failing at something you worked really hard for, or being abused in your childhood, being abused or gaslighted at all in your life. If there's something, anything like that holding you back, and you don't go to John Elite, you're a fool. But if you don't go to John Elite and go to therapist instead, you're a double fool, and it's double shame on you.
It's like the sheep concept I'm talking about earlier, right? Sheeps versus the enlightened.
With John Elite's work, his therapy methods, it's literally a fraction of the cost. It's a fraction of the cost. It's a fraction of the time, but it's times infinity of the efficiency, okay?
Yeah.
It's times infinity of the efficiency.
Everything about my programs is always elite. It's effective, efficient, effortless, and elite. That's how I operate.
Only a complete moron would skip out on John Elite's therapy work sessions if they have therapy holding them back, okay? That's just straight up the truth. So if there's something holding you back in your life, schedule a call with John Elite. He'll get it fixed for you. And then you can feel the freedom and happiness that he helped me feel right now.
That's good. Okay.
And just a couple last minute thoughts. There is an entire sequence to this, okay? First of all, when it comes to John Elite and wondering how long you're going to work with him in this particular therapy session, I was scheduled for just about like 6 hours. we ended up working to about 11, 12 hours because John Elite wants to make sure that you get the results that you're looking for.
Yeah, no matter what, right? During your first session, your only session, I'm gonna stay longer if you're more fucked up, right? Because of the crazy parents and other people around you. Like it'll get done no matter what.
Make sure, even if he has to over deliver on the time, he will make sure that you get exactly what you're looking for, that he does the perfect job and will eliminate any mental trauma in your mind. He would rather go above and beyond the call than just dip out as soon as the time runs out, like any other coach would do, okay? John Elite is not like every other coach, okay? He will actually stay there with you, go overtime to make sure that you get the perfect results. And the other thing, when it comes to the actual therapeutic methods, I can't really go into too much details about this because you got to go and see for yourself. But what I will say is that there's roughly 7 aspects to the entire method, okay? Think of it as like a circle, okay? And therapists and psychologists, they'll have one piece, the other piece, the other piece, and it's just a disjointed sequence, which means that you're not going to get the results you're looking for because it's an incomplete puzzle. John Elite has all 7 of the methods, okay? A couple of them are actual tried and true psychological methods. These are things that you could go and get done with a therapist, but John has figured out how to use them in the perfect way. And on top of that, a couple of the 7 sequences are things that John Elite came up with on his own. This is stuff that you're not going to be able to find anywhere with anybody else because he came up with this. He was the scientist that designed these methods, combined them with existing psychological procedure, and designed the perfect sequence that will guide you through your trauma and help you reach mental peace and clarity. So it's literally like you're in an operating room, right? And the therapists and psychologists that you normally work with, they're just nurses. Okay, and one of them knows how to put a Band-Aid on, the other knows how to apply disinfecting spray, the other one knows how to put antibacterial.
Remember Elon Musk's 5 principles. So this will apply to sexualizing it. Okay. So the very first thing that Elon talks about is called the first principles, not reasoning by analogy. So I'll get back to that later. Reasoning by analogy is like Mystery said this or some other white dating coach said that about sexualizing it. You're reasoning by analogy, by the past, by what someone else says. When you see that I create mental trauma cure, I don't give a fuck what the past did. I build it from the grounds up. The fundamental truths. It's like Elon Musk wanted to build a battery for Tesla, but batteries are expensive. So what he did was he wanted to find out how much does an individual ingredient cost. And he says, I can build it on my own for a fraction of the price. That's first principles thinking. You guys are arguing over the analogy of white dating coaches who basically have no lay testimonials for dating, or very few compared to me. So that's the first piece of Elon Musk. Do not reason by analogy because you'll be saying like, well, we don't need electric cars. Horses are great. Really? And the second thing is the 5 principles. Number 1, be less dumb. If you're sexualizing it all the time, like my little Asian student, he kept getting all rejected by it. He's always off the line. You can flirt instead. You can choose when to sexualize it to the max. Flirting is more powerful. So be less dumb. Flirting is less dumb. Number 2, remove unnecessary steps according to Elon Musk. Why do you need to sexualize it or half-ass sexualize every single fucking 5 seconds or every single minute? Who the fuck says to do that? White dating coaches. Like I said, Mr. Silk's opinion does not match mine in this topic. So what I'm trying to say is to debunk you on P and debunk other white dating coaches. They just don't have anything that works for low SMV Asians or Indians. They have to come to me first just to get this figured out. Then they'll go back and they suck their dicks really hard, deep throating them. But sexualizing it nonstop doesn't mean anything. No. And number 3, here's the thing that you don't understand, Mr. Silk, of what Elon Musk says. And I think this is the most important principle. Are you ready, guys? Don't optimize what doesn't need to be optimized. I'll say this again. Don't optimize what doesn't need to be optimized. No matter how much you try to optimize sexualizing it, right? You don't have to sexualize it or optimize this thing. You can replace it with flirting to support it. There's a lot of technicalities and scientificness I'm not going to review here because it's part of arrow theory. My students in arrow theory don't just sexualize it nonstop. Don't optimize what doesn't need to be optimized. You got to stop reasoning by analogy by these white dating coaches, because if it didn't work for my student with 15 ladies in a row, he banged 5 models, 4 white girls, 2 actresses, and 1 actress became his girlfriend. When he was sexualizing it, he lost every women. But when he stopped sexualizing it, he banged his first white girl, Russian. He flirt instead. He didn't think any of their flirts hit, but they all hit. And that's his first time he didn't even think he can get a white girl, to be honest. He thought it was impossible. So next time you want to project this UMP shit, and he was using that shit. That's why he wasn't getting any results. Had to fight against it. THVing. It just doesn't work. Don't optimize. Yeah, but you get my point, that even if you did try to do something before you sexualize, it's not even necessary to always sexualize. So I'll have to disagree, because what I'm trying to say is that this sexualizing thing's overrated. I made a video on sexualizing it. You guys should check it out. It was a video. I'll show you recently. But the thing was, listen to about the Elon Musk 5 principles. You guys will understand why it's bad. So number 1, be less dumb. Number 2, remove unnecessary steps. Number 3, don't optimize what doesn't need to be optimized. So what's principle number 4 of Elon Musk? Very simple. The 4th principle is reduce the production time it takes to get the car out of the factory, the rocket, whatever. So he likes speed, efficiency, like me. Because they're sexualizing it, and it doesn't work for lower SMV Asians in most cases, then you're not reducing the speed to get the car out of the factory or get that same day away. You're actually increasing it because you're not flirting. Be less dumb. Remove unnecessary steps. Hope that starting to make sense. It's not that... Look, you guys are not trained with me. I know a lot of you guys don't have a lot of money these days. I'm still willing to help you because I'm kind. I know, because I want more students. That's why I post these testimonials and stuff here. I want more students, right? But I've noticed during this inflation, people have been worshipping. They're doubling down on worshipping, and you're listening to the wrong coaches. And this is why I talk about enlightened versus worshipping. You guys got to be careful, because you can absorb some of the wrong concepts that will fuck up your life. When it comes to efficiency, 581 LAPO testimonials is quite a bit. I mean, they couldn't even get 5. They couldn't even get 3. Charisma King can't even get 1. Game Cheesy TV can't even get 2. So when you think about that, how efficient or how accurate is my system? That means I probably think a lot like Elon Musk. We're just born that way. We all have the same thinking patterns. We're born like this. So what's step number? So be less dumb, right? So your mental filtering, you're seeing it from your own mental filter, right? So it makes it harder for you to switch to mine, because we don't know. Like when we look at our late testimonials, right? If you're a dating coach, I probably have more. It's not to be like insultive, but if one person has more, one person is more optimized in their thinking, right? We can divide it and see. But that's the point, that this may not be the best option of how it's being used. You should not mentally frame it into a framework. It's kind of like, imagine this is like the Elon Musk billionaire mindset, right? Of Daegam, the billionaire. And Charisma King can barely even get 1 late testimonial. He's like a 2-figure, 1-figure mindset, or 0. Then you got dating coaches like Todd V with 3 late testimonials. 2 of them were his coaches, doesn't count. This is a 3-figure mindset. We don't build a $1 billion funnel on top of the 3-figure mindset. Does that make sense? Or you got some coaches with like 50 late testimonials, UMP or something. That's like, 2 figures. But you don't mix 2 figures with a billionaire, right? Like 10 figures or whatever. So what I'm teaching you should not be built on top of the structure of the lesser funnel. It should be replacing it. But you don't know exactly what I'm teaching. But I hope that makes my point more clear, right? how to be good with people, right? So how to be good with people. Well, everyone has a hierarchy, right? In the tribe, when you think about social skills, right? When you think about tribes, that's why people are good at small talk, right? Social skills. But everyone has a hierarchy. So you want to be better at people is to know where the hierarchy is. People have different body languages. People have different tonalities in the hierarchy. They'll talk differently. The alpha male versus the other people in the group. People can tell. So if you want to have more respect, learning how to talk slower is one way of doing it because the alpha male does not care what people thinks. He'll take his time and speak. He doesn't wait on other people. This behavioral game. But you got to think about the hierarchy. Does that make sense, guys? Where do you fit in the hierarchy? And people, when they socialize with each other, this small talk, it's just a way of building rapport and trust and to hang around with later. So you want to be better with people, right? Learn how to be very tactful with people. Learn how to communicate in a way that's small talk. At the same time, understand the tribe mentality in terms of your hierarchy and how to use a social skill flow drill in the right body language can really move you up in the tribe. The women will start to take notice. I hope that started making some sense. That's a very important thing too, right? But don't forget, because the hierarchy, there can be the lower beta male in the hierarchy. He's curious about everybody, but it doesn't mean it moves up his hierarchy. Because if you don't mix it with the body language, and the women start to notice that, right? He cannot move up in the tribe, and he cannot get the same respect. That's why the social skill flow drill also, instead of indicators of interest, right? It's like indicators of social skills. Students know how to navigate every single tribe because they know the social skill flow drill, the body language, how to have the whitewash tonality. Because when you're whitewash, your hierarchy goes higher. Does that make sense? So learning how to game all the hierarchy, it's just like with the fashion and everything my students have, has a material but whitewashed. They're learning how to fit into the white tribe rather than being the RSD charm creepy motherfucker. Right? So that makes a lot of sense. So it's more of body language flirting. Correct, because if the nonverbal communication is 56%, right? 56 or something like that, big percentage. And 33% is your tonality. It's something like that, right? 55, 36. Only 7% is your words. So if your words are about sexualizing it because you have this UMP script, that 7% is not enough. It's actually, even if you fuck up the words, you have the tonality, right? And you have the body language. You actually, or congruency, you actually be a lot more accurate in what you're doing. You'd be so much more accurate. Because congruency is king because of mirror neurons. You ever see those YouTube videos where people react to other people? Whatever happens on screen and that person's like, oh, that's empathy because they're putting themselves in the other person's shoes. That's why I teach my students how to watch those videos of emotional people. They don't understand it because they're like sociopaths. They don't have guilt or empathy. But when they start learning how to do that, you start to see there's a cause and effect. So therefore, to create a better cause and effect, emotional impact, is to get the body language and facial expressions congruently. And one of the most congruent people I know is Leonardo DiCaprio. That's why he gets all these women, not just because of his status. Otherwise, Brad Pitt would get the same thing. He's the only one with perfect congruency. These are things beyond what you understand. Congruency is king. It's not just about emoting like mystery method by moving your face. It's also learning how to congruently do it. Because you can hit different notes too when you speak. You can actually hit different notes. Your tonality, everything. The facial expressions, and also like it changes your state of mind. So it becomes like the words change based on the body language and the congruency. When the state changes, almost like it spits out new words. Hope that makes sense. Right? It does have its place, right? And it's very important because there's a threshold. There's like a 20 out of 35. Remember, it looks out of 10 this side. But when you think about in terms of body language and the social skills, right? Flow drill and the whitewash tonality, you're adding another 7.5 points. Social skill flow drill is 2.5. Body language is 2.5. The whitewash tonality is 2.5 points, right? So that's 7.5 points right there. Game is only 2.5. Why focus on the out tribe when these three can conquer everything? The only thing you need is arrow theory for game. These three can beat everybody. But if that's true, right, then why don't other people teach that? Because they're autistic sociopaths. Opinions is facts. They don't have access to this part of the brain. Hope that makes sense. They don't have the access to that part of the brain yet. So they can't do it. That's why they always go back to tactics, because they can't do 3 steps in a row. If they do 3 steps in a row, their brain shuts down. That's why a lot of students, just like the guy in the crypto thing, it took them 7 days in a row just to get the social skill flow drill. They can only do 2 steps at once. This is why people like game tactics, because game tactics push pull. 1, 2, push pull. Right? Self amusement, 1 step. DHV story, 1 step. Get it? Always 1 step. Sexualizing, 1 step. Their brains are primitive. They're like a Pentium 1. If they have more than 1 core being used, their brain fries up. It's the same thing with dual core processors. They start to overload their brains with 2 steps. This is why a lot of dating coaches love the gamey shit in the charm and stuff, because they're hoping that by focusing on the game tactics, right, they're getting that 2.5 points and add a little bit of emotions. They're trying to add 1 more point of emotions and 2 more points of game, right, because the game sucks. That's 3 points versus 7.5. And then they try to SMV it by playing a huge numbers game, being an out tribe. They'll eventually bank someone below their looks level. Does that make sense? It's always science, is an algorithm. There is no art to this whatsoever. It can be repeated over and over. Right? Don't forget, maybe sometimes the person that's themselves may not be the best self. You make them more themselves, right? But in reality, most Asians don't know how to move their facial expressions. Does that make sense? They have the Asian poker face, Asian poker tonality. Even if you made them more yourself, right? They may feel more confident on the inside, but the outside doesn't show the congruency. This has to be trained into the body language. It has to be trained into the facial expressions. Does that make sense? So therefore, to be more of themselves, they must learn how to move outside in, not just inside out. Hope that makes sense. I know this is counterintuitive, but it has led to a lot of student results. It's actually, that also debunks RSD's inner game. Because if they feel confident on the inside, there's no guarantee their face will be congruent on the outside. When I record them or they play their audio, they're giving something else on the outside. You may feel like you're charming, right? You might feel like you're charming, but you might sound completely autistic like a fucking clown, honestly speaking. Right? Not sure what you mean by that, but hard to make. Just because you socialize doesn't mean you can use a socialized flow drill. This is called active practice. When you're looking at yourself and you're typing all these years, why aren't you getting better? Even if you're socializing more, why aren't you getting better? Because it's not deliberate practice. The word is deliberate practice. You have to know exactly what pieces you're practicing. Otherwise, it will not work. You've been cooking for a long time. Why don't you get better? Because you don't deliberately practice. It's like going to cage fighting for UFC. You're street fighting. You don't get better. That's game. You don't get much better. You just try to adapt with your bad skills. That's what game is. Game tactics. You're just trying to tweak your autism. But better to have a deliberate practice that builds the drills for the skills. Right? I like to think of it rather than a framework, more like an algorithm, right? When you look at Facebook and you look at all the social news media, it all sounds natural, but there's an algorithm behind it. It'll flow naturally out of the algorithms. Just like the openers and stuff I use, it's all algorithm based. You can severely influence everything by algorithms. So, like for example, remember my student I said that had 10 fuck buddies, a 5-some, 2 models, 1 model girlfriend. It's not how many approaches, it's how much deliberate practice. He practiced in the mirror so he can get feedback. He cannot see his mistakes. So if you had to cut down 100 trees, I would sharpen the axe for 80%. Otherwise, it's dull. So it's not about how many approaches with a dull axe. It's about how many times have you sharpened deliberate practice your tools. Does that make sense? If you don't sharpen your tools, then no matter how many approaches you make, dressing like a college student fuckboy with shitty sneakers and bad hair, it's just going to be a huge numbers game getting a 4 out of 10. Hope that makes sense. Deliberate practice is the most important. But it's not practicing out there in the field sometimes. It could be even practicing your voice with a voice recorder. It could be practicing in the mirror too, to fix your Elite 30 body language. A lot of my students in Kaizen, they don't even approach. They just practice in the home in the mirror and send it to me, and I correct it. I know it makes more sense now. Yeah. Thank you for not promoting yourself, right? Whatever. And, to have the respect to not do that, right? So I think that's really respectful of you because, like, whatever. But I think that's good. I'm glad there's other people out there that can kind of see the world differently than most of the day game industry. That there's more to it than just game tactics, right? Because if it's all game tactics, you're all going to get stuck because don't optimize what doesn't need to be optimized. And you guys need to sharpen the axe. So I think this is, I cover a lot of what I want to cover. I just want to get through this guy's testimonial and then we'll just end it here. Okay.
Real cream. They're nurses. They help a little bit, but they just know one thing, And so you waste a bunch of time and money going to different nurses. But John Elite is the doctor. He's the expert. He's the scientist. He is the psychic. He knows exactly what to do. He knows each piece of the puzzle. He knows every step, and he goes in them in perfect order.
No, here's the problem. What happens if you practice the wrong things? In the mirror, you reinforce mistakes. So if you don't know what to practice, I once remember somebody said this, okay, in a book. Let's say you were just learning how to shoot a gun, okay? It's not a real gun. It's just I bought this from Amazon, that's an orange tip. But I think it makes a good analogy. You can throw bullets down the range. It doesn't mean shit. One of the guys that said, I read in a book, said this, right? You can, practice does not make perfect. So listen carefully, okay? Practice does not make perfect. Perfect practice makes perfect. Like I said, a lot of my students don't even do approaches and they still get a same day lay in 1 to 6 approaches, very few approaches. So I would suggest that, right now, maybe don't over promote yourself, right? Because let's just be real here hierarchically, right? No matter how, even if you have some ideas that are similar to mine, scientifically, right? I just want to put my foot down that the only thing that matters is how many lay testimonials do you have. That determines who's right or who's wrong, right? And when I'm speaking this, I mean, there's a lot of weight behind what I'm saying. It's not a theory. So, yeah, just cool it down with the self-promotion here. Because the way I see it, if I have the best day game system in the world, I also want to promote my stuff too, right? And it's helping more people. So it's all about results, as you can see with my testimonials for everything. I care about results first. I don't care about theories. I care about efficiency. And I think like Elon Musk. So I disagree with what you're saying completely. One of my students only made 3 approaches in the same day lay. But he'd been practicing for a month in the back of a campus, sending it to me on Elite Access. So it's complete nonsense. 500 approaches. He only made 3 approaches, and he's still fucking same day lay. So I know something you don't. I'm trying to answer this question. Okay. So the answer is this: practice does not make perfect. Perfect practice makes perfect. If you practice like crap, you be a crap master, and crap masters do not win gunfights. I'll say this again. Practice does not make perfect. Perfect practice makes perfect. If you practice like crap, you'll be a crap master, and crap masters don't win gunfights. Anyone can shoot this down the range and put in 500 rounds or 500 reps. It doesn't mean they're practicing correctly. Hope that makes sense. But when my students practice correctly, perfect practice, walk down the range, 3 approaches, same day lay. 3. So this is a different way of thinking, isn't it? Is it getting through your mental filters, guys? Like for you guys, it's different. Basically, what I'm teaching, nobody understands, but Kaizen has 100% success rate. My program Kaizen for the social skill, flow drill, and body language, 100% success rate. Perfect practice. I get most of you cannot afford it. You'll never understand me fully, most of you. A lot of what I say will not make sense to you because you see it from this paradigm of mass approaching. Spam approaching is bad for you. So. Yeah, definitely India, definitely. I think this is all I want to say, but in the future, if you, Mr. Silk, if you do self-promote like crazy indirectly on my channel, right, I will not like it. I'll be very tactful, right, and respectful, but I'll probably put my foot down, right? So that's what I want to say for today. I know you didn't mean that, right? But I do want to put my foot down. I am the best day game coach in the world. This is not my opinion. I'll crush every fucker out there, like honestly speaking. And I want to be direct with you. Nobody has 581 LAPO testimonials. I am the best. I don't have to brag. Just go with the best, right? That's all I'm saying. This is what I want to say. Stop worshipping. That's the whole point of the video. So, yeah. Numbers do speak for themselves, right? But if I don't toot my own horn a little bit, no one's going to know. No one's going to know. So anyways, that's all I got to say for today, right? I didn't mean to stay this long. I just want to get the word out as fast as possible for this topic. Just stop worshipping dating coaches and be careful of their courses. Other dating coaches may funnel you into a course. You don't get laid from it. You spend $3,000 for all their courses. Then you go to online program, doesn't work, and you funnel into a boot camp intentionally. Not everybody is a nice person. They'll get $11,000 of your pocket, $11,000 if you are an engineer. There are some people out there who are Machiavellian. I want a fast cure. Even though I make less money from it, I want to help the world and more people. I want results. That's all I care about. I don't give a fuck about theories. I don't give a fuck about anything inefficient. I don't care about sexualized. I don't care about anything that takes longer. Effective, efficient, effortless, and elite. Anyways, that's all I say. Thank you for being here. Please reconsider your India ban. No,